Good evening. Welcome to the March 13th, 2023 Education Committee and Supplementary Regular Board Meeting of the Lower Merion Board of School Directors. The board believes it is in its best interest and the best interest of the students of the district to hear comments from district residents. An opportunity will be given later in the evening for public comment both in person and through the chat feature, which will be read by Ms. Buckman. This meeting is being live streamed and video recorded with sound for public broadcast. All participants joining via the webinar will need to use the chat feature, which will be enabled during audience recognition. So thank you all for joining us this evening and for joining us in this change of location. Before we start with our presentations, I just want to do a very quick update on our superintendent search. As many of you know, Dr. Merion was tapped to be the acting Secretary of Education for the state of Pennsylvania, and so we are in process of looking for a new superintendent. A letter went out late last week talking about our process. As you know, we did an intensive survey the last time, so we're using that information as part of our process. The report is available to look at online if you would like to review it and then send any comments that you might have, additions, suggestions, ideas, to communitycomments@lmsd.org. They are most welcome. We're also hosting, or the firm that we engaged to help us with our superintendent search will be hosting focus groups over the next 10 days or so. So I encourage you to join those as well. So thank you, and I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Schaefer.
My team behind me. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to actually have a change of venue, and hopefully these seats are a little more comfortable for you this evening. I'm going to go through a couple of presentations supported by some team members here this evening, and on two important topics to the community. One is to provide an update and some history and perspective on our work around extracurricular activities and fields. And just know that there's not an agenda item or a board action that needs to happen in the near future around this. So this is really for informational purposes for you this evening, other than you've probably heard some conversation around Polo Field, and I'll point that out when I get to that. But I just wanted you to know that for the purposes of this presentation on fields and extracurricular activities this evening, there's no pending board action that needs to be taken in the immediate future. Also, and I'll introduce my team as they're going to be part of this presentation with me, but also just a bit of a housekeeping. I've been thinking a lot about the time that you're going to be spending here this evening, and want to make sure you know that the restrooms are around the corner outside, and also there are some lifesavers in the back. I always thought about when I had to sit in waiting rooms and listen to people that my mom always had that pack of Lmsb wintergreen that I hated, but I still loved them when I had to sit there for a long period of time. So please help yourself to a lifesaver if you need it. And it also, as I thought about it, was a little symbolic, because I think the issues that we're talking about and that we're wrestling with, sometimes we're on really opposite sides of the page, and one of the things that we never get to do is just sit down and maybe break bread together. And so if anything, it's like a token or a symbol of us. You know, I think there's a lot of commonality in this room, and I hope through an opportunity to share our perspective, the administration's perspective of this work with you tonight, helps to build some of those bridges that I think are necessary for us to move forward successfully as a district. So with that, my team member that's going to help me with this presentation is Sarah Stout, who is the amazing principal at Black Rock Middle School, and I'm so happy to have her here this evening to help me navigate this particular presentation. So We're going to start with a little bit of background of why we offer athletics and activities within Lower Merion School District and sort of our vision for reimagining the middle school experience and how that connects very closely to those opportunities for students. One thing that what we've centered on with that middle school plan, and we've spent a lot of time talking about that reimagination, is keeping the whole child in mind. And what does that mean? We have this amazing state-of-the-art comprehensive middle school plan, but what does it mean to make sure that students are connected to school, to their passion, and foster that sense of a belonging that also enhances student wellness? And we really believe that having opportunities to engage in athletics and activities are an important opportunity for students. And it also allows us beyond the school day for students to engage in skills such as leadership, exploring passions, being good team members, and doing so with friends, with peers, and under the guidance of our supportive coaches and sponsors. With that, and the reason we're talking about this tonight is the vision connected with the building of Black Rock Middle School is that we would have sufficient fields to support some of these activities. So at this point in time, and hopefully you'll see tonight, our need is still associated with fields for Black Rock Middle School specifically. Again, this work, I think, ties very closely to our strategic plan, whether it be redefining student success, student voice, and the spirit of community. Those are pathways that we've long celebrated, and we see clear connections to offering extracurricular activities for students. The science, just digging into sort of the athletic side of this, the sports and athletic side of this, there is the science that we can point to behind having these opportunities for students and how that relates to outcomes for students from a health and wellness standpoint. So this is just one example of that research, and there are certainly others out there. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Stout to join me and take the next few slides.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. My name is Sarah Stout, and for those of you that might not know me, I am the principal at Black Rock Middle School, which is our brand new middle school, but I've been in the district since 2013. I was at Ballackinwood Middle School, and I was at Welsh Valley Middle School prior to that. And I've been a middle school person my entire career. I've been 20 years in middle school, started as a middle school teacher and moved as in Haverhill-Horsham School District as an assistant principal, and then here. And so working with those young adolescents, it's at the heart and soul of everything that I do. And my favorite thing about middle school is it's a time for the students to explore who they are and who they might like to be. I love music. I go to concerts every chance that I possibly can get. I haven't taken a music class since 8th grade. 8th grade was the last time that I explored a different area, because by the time I got to high school, I was really interested in current events and journalism. I became a social studies teacher, and so all of my electives kind of went in that space, even though I love music. And so I'm so grateful for my middle school experiences that allowed me to explore that interest, right? At our school this weekend, plug, Newsies is happening. Hope you come check it out. It's amazing. And a number of students have told me, this is so bittersweet. I know I won't be continuing with theater in high school because of this. It's probably my last time on stage, right? So what I want to talk to you a little bit about is the experience of a middle schooler being a middle schooler. And the one way that we really do so much of that is through offering a variety of activities for our students, some of which occur on a field, but some of them occur in a gym or on a stage or in a classroom or in a lab in a variety of spaces. So in middle school, we talk so much about the whole child, right? Developing socially, emotionally, academically, right? We know the rate of which that an adolescent brain rejuvenates. It's similar to being a toddler with how fast their brains are growing and changing. And so we really try to think about that at school, in what we do, how we engage students, how we connect them. And athletics are a part of that picture. You'll see that we do offer a variety of interscholastic and intramural athletics. So we have some sports where the students will play against other schools, and then we have some situations where the students play against one another. And I love having the fifth graders. They are amazing, and one of the things that we're most excited about is really creating a robust intramural program for them. To give them a little bit of a taste. You know, I was a field hockey player. I didn't start playing field hockey until 9th grade. We want to be able to allow our 5th and 6th graders try it out for a couple weeks, right? You don't have to commit to a whole season, but see if you like it. My 9th grader, you know, she is not the most athletic young lady, but she enjoys getting her energy out, right? So for her, trying something like pickleball or cornhole might be a great way for her to be involved in a team environment in a sort of non-traditional kind of way. So when we think about athletics and what we hope to achieve in our middle school program, those are some of the ideas that we're talking about. When we think about sort of traditional athletics, right, so our fall sports, football, soccer, field hockey, tennis, cross country. So we had 256 athletes at Black Rock Middle School this year. That represents 50% of 7th or 8th graders participated in interscholastic athletics. So that's a lot of students that are choosing to stay after school 5 days a week and participate in athletics against the Central League, right? Every school in the Central League has interscholastic athletics, and we enjoy playing them in 7th and 8th grade. Why do students play sports? Most kids are not playing middle school sports because they want to get a D1 scholarship, right? Most kids are playing sports for some of the reasons our athletes have shared up here, right? A team that communicates, works together, and helps each other out is a whole lot of fun. I like teaching other students how to do a skill. I like making friends with kids that I wouldn't necessarily have known about. I like developing as a leader. I like having coaches who are understanding and help me improve, right? So none of these students are talking about having a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, right? They're all talking about relationships, which is huge, something we spend a whole lot of time on. And so Megan is going to hop back up, and she's going to talk with you a little bit about how, when the school was being thought of and planned, the idea of providing athletics and activities for the students were considered. Specifically, where would we play these things?
Giving you a little variety here, so it's not just me talking through all of this. I think really the reason why we're here tonight is to give you this, the perspective of why we are talking about a property called Oakwell and why are we talking about our need to find fields and how they work together and maybe how they don't. The original purchase of 1860 Montgomery Avenue, we knew as a district was not going to be sufficient to support the array of interscholastic and intramural athletics in the same way that they're supported at other schools in the district. So immediately we knew that that site was not going to be enough for us. So much so that that was embedded in a decision by the board that the purchase of 1860, which is where, I should say this for people that don't know, 1860 is where currently Black Rock Middle School sits. That's the address of that property. That we put some conditions on that purchase, namely, and I know there's a lot of words on this slide, but this is a cut and paste from the minutes of the meeting of June 11th, 2018, that said that that purchase was conditioned on the district's ability to acquire additional field space. So this is back in 2018. Following that decision, there were a number of fields and properties that were explored for field space. There's some further additional slides that are going to have some additional details about those properties, but these are some of the ones that have come up. And I'm going to probably not give you the right timeline, but Stoneley was a property that was considered. In fact, to be transparent, one of the reasons we're in this room was because we got we know that there are a lot of people concerned about Oakwell the way that they were concerned about Stoneley at that time, that we were looking at potentially using Stoneley as a property for our schools. When we were unsuccessful in moving forward with Stoneley, we did secure the property that's I'm going to talk about here is the 1800 West Montgomery Avenue and 1835 County Line Road, which often is referred to as Oakwell now. So that at that time, during the summer of 2018, we had negotiations with the owners of those properties for sale at those locations, 1835 being the larger of the two properties. Then in December of 2018, the school board voted to acquire the properties to preempt the sale to Villanova. We paid for 1835 more than what Villanova would have paid. We've allowed the owner to stay on the property tax-free and virtually rent-free through May of 2023, and we granted other considerations to the owner of 1835 since that time. We finalized that acquisition in August of 2019 through a public resolution condemning that property with the conditions that I just described. And the total that we paid for both of those properties was $12.9 million. At that time, we publicly communicated our intent to develop that property as a multi-purpose athletic field to support the new middle school. So all of that occurred in that 2018-2019 time period. At that time, the district was also considering that property as an asset to the entire community. I mean, we still do look at our fields as assets to the entire community. We know that the community needs these fields, or at least the township report suggests that the larger community needs these fields dating back to as far back as 2010 and probably before. But in 2010, the township issued a report that indicated a need for playing fields within the township, and a couple of locations in that report, which is publicly available. And then again, in January of 2016, a township report underlined that need for playing fields within the community. Again, our vision at that time was not only meeting our needs, but meeting identified township needs to provide playing fields for children. These are just, again, excerpts from that January 2019 report. We also were aware that we had community groups that also saw that need that was articulated in that township report for field space. So we have Lower Merion Little League, Ashby Lacrosse, Lower Merion Soccer Club, et cetera, identifying that as a need for their community group that serves hundreds, if not thousands, of students across the township. So again, in that time period of 2018, 2019, all of these needs were identified and were in front of us as we were considering that property and ultimately purchasing that property. I'm not going to go into a deep dive into these slides, but know that these are some of the properties that were previously explored by the district. For these properties, we submitted letters of intent, meaning a non-binding letter of articulating an intent to purchase a property. So these reflect the status of these particular properties. There were also some properties that we looked at that had restrictions that were not going to be available or work for us or our needs. They're identified here. And then the next two slides show properties that we've explored that just are not adequate in terms of space, or there are conditions that are not feasible for the purposes that we needed them to be used for. Again, this is all going to be, it will be immediately available to you on board docs as a resource. Again, I realize this is very difficult to read. In board docs, there's going to be a separate document that you can pull up that you'll be able to read this. That's not embedded in the PowerPoint, so that will be available to you. What I would orient you to, just in looking at this is intended to reflect all of our needs across our buildings related to playing fields. So there's a key down there that you can see by school, what sports are being played during what season and where they're located, whether for practices or for games. The tiers below, the dark shaded gray tier and the red tier, are currently identifying places where we send teams for practices or games. So those are all off-site locations that we're currently using, which add a layer of complexity we're going to talk about in a little bit. The red indicates fields that are being temporarily used by Black Rock Middle School to support the current needs for their athletic teams. So again, I realize this is hard to read, but this will be a resource document for everyone that wants to take a deeper dive into what we're currently doing relative to for our teams and trying to meet their needs as best we can. So I love this slide because I think it's an acknowledgement that we're listening to the community in terms of what are some alternatives we could look at given some concerns that have been raised around that Oakwell property. I think one thing we'd like to just put on the table is, as a district, we care about the environment too. We have a lot of initiatives that support and acknowledge our commitment to environmental work, to improving the environment, to reducing our impact on the environment. So these are just intended to be a few of those programs and opportunities that we support within the district. And as I mentioned before, our work in moving towards utilizing Polo Field as an option for our baseball and softball teams, our Black Rock baseball and softball teams, is based on a recognition of the concerns that are being raised and exploring other options. This is still not an ideal solution for us. We would love to have fields closer to Black Rock, but again, we see an opportunity here, and the community has encouraged us to look in that direction. We also are open to other potential partnerships that would, again, meet those needs that we expressed at the beginning for our students, and then also trying to reconcile that with the community voices that we're hearing and see whether there are opportunities available for further partnerships. Those are still ongoing conversations. Again, nothing is being decided tonight or even next week, but we are certainly exploring those potential options. And then just to go back though, we still have this need that we need resolution to. We would like to be able to make a commitment so that we can put in place what we desire for our students, make that an ongoing opportunity that meets needs and doesn't create additional challenges, both at a student level but also an operational level. So I'm going to turn back over to Ms. Stout to take a few more slides.
Thank you. So presently at Black Rock Middle School, we have a track. We have one full-size field, and we have a smaller practice field. It's about a half a field, and some tennis courts. And anything that we need beyond that, we have to leave campus for and go somewhere else. So I just want to help you understand a little bit of what fall looked like, because we did have athletics this fall, and I just would like to paint a picture for you of the student experience related to that. So we tried to use very creative scheduling so that home games were played at home, right, to the extent that we could use the main field for home games. But that meant that most practices for certain sports had to be off campus. And so as we looked at the scope of the year, we determined, so the off-site fields that you use have to be set up, right? So if you're using it for soccer or field hockey, it needs to be lined, it needs to be maintained, there has to be a goal there, etc. So as we looked at the scope of the field of the year, we determined in the fall that we would have girls soccer and field hockey be off campus, and then in the spring, it would be boys lacrosse that would be off campus, as well as baseball and softball, right? So the idea of over the course of the year, trying to divide that out. So first up was the fall field hockey and soccer. Those occurred over near Gladwin Elementary School, field hockey on the soccer field at Gladwin Elementary itself, and soccer was right in the parking lot there at Gladwin Park. Football, for years now, we've done a combined middle school team due to numbers of students that are interested. That continued to be the case there, and so our athletes would travel to Welsh Valley daily each day. And so this spring, boys lacrosse will be at Gladwin Park, baseball will be at Vernon Young Park, which is in Ardmore, and softball will be at the JCC in Penn Wynne. So we are going to pay a fee to use the JCC field in Penn Wynne. It's $120 a day, so we'll have a cost we'll incur there of $4,600. With all of those places being off campus, obviously none of those are walkable from our school, and they're actually pretty far away. BC baseball and BC softball, they play off campus. They play at McMorran Park and they play at Bala Park. They are about a 2 and 3 minute drive on a bus from BC to those locations. From Black Rock to the JCC facility, it's probably, we estimate, 25 minutes around 3 o'clock and probably 35 minutes on the way back at 5 o'clock. So it's a little bit different in terms of the amount of time. There's concerns with being off-site and at locations that we may not have control over. When we're at Gladwin, the district's able to provide nursing at Gladwin Elementary. Heaven forbid we need that support. We do know at Gladwin Elementary there are AEDs, machines, et cetera, that are there. When we're off campus in other places, we'll bring our own AED machine, but we'd have to call trainers or call nursing if they need to head over. So the further we are away from home, the harder it is for that sort of thing to happen. My job as a middle school principal is to keep the students safe. The amount of students hopping on buses and going places and from point A to point B, and do we have everybody? And they're 12-year-olds. It causes, I don't have gray hair yet, but it's coming. And so that definitely concerns me, right, with the amount of logistics that move in this sort of situation. Our coaches, who are already superhuman people who choose to hang out with 12 and 13-year-olds playing sports after a long day of work, right? It's an extra layer of, do we have the right equipment? How are we getting from place to place? What does that look like? Where are we practicing today? And then there's less practice time that happens because we're traveling back and forth. So this is what the life of a student athlete looks like. The bus picks them up in the morning, maybe like 7:15, 7:30. They come to school. Right now they're at school from 8:15 to 3:05, and then they need to get on a shuttle to a practice as quickly as they possibly can. So a lot of times students are choosing to get just on the bus because they're grabbing their stuff and running to the bus. So let's pretend we're a field hockey player. I'm taking that 12-minute drive over to Gladwin Park. We then hop off the bus. We have our practice. Practice is cut short because the students who need to take the late bus home, they either are getting on a late bus there to head directly to Penn Wynne, or they're taking a 12-minute ride back to Black Rock to get on the Gladwin area late bus to then head home from there. And then they're arriving on their way home, which from Gladwin Park to Penn Wynne, that's quite a ride at that time of day. And again, from Gladwin, even home, because Gladwin certainly is a pretty sprawling area. So the timing kind of looks like this. In our experience, I will say, is a little bit, this is where I need to advocate for my kids, is different than what's happening for the BC and the Welsh Valley students. Pickup times in the morning, transportation provided us at the top. We see what time the students are arriving in school. And then BC and Welsh Valley for field hockey and soccer, they're just walking outside. Or BC softball, baseball, they're taking that very short bus ride. Our students are losing practice time because they're riding on a bus, and then their practice time is cut short because they have to get back on a bus to come back home, and then they have to take the late bus home. And so their day runs from about 7:15 when they got on that first bus in the morning until approximately 6:30 when they're getting off of that late bus that's leaving a practice field or a school at that late time. And that's a long day for our athletes. We asked the kids what they thought about it. Somebody has to lose out, right? So that first part of who has to play away and who plays at home. So even though the students, we talked about why girls soccer and why field hockey, certainly definitely a challenge for them to understand that. It's exhausting doing that day in and day out, certainly very exhausting. They mentioned the inconvenience, when they're at Gladwin Park, it's porta potties are there, they don't have a locker room. If they forget something, they can't just run back inside, they're off-site. Because of the limited practice time, what they felt they missed out was the instructional piece. The coaches didn't have as much time to do some of the instructional stuff. So that's the key thing with middle school sports, is getting kids interested and exposed to an idea, especially with something like lacrosse or field hockey they might not have played a lot before. And so the kids kind of hit the nail on the head here. We said, what are your thoughts? How do you survive this? How do we fix this? And they said, well, can we figure out how to fit more students here? And we can have field space for everyone. Well, we probably have to add some more fields, or we have to find some more field space. So the students understand that this doesn't work without having more space somewhere. And so I appreciate you letting me advocate for my students, and board, I certainly appreciate your ongoing support of our kids at Black Rock, but we just wanted to provide a little bit of history for everyone so you understood how we got here all the way back, to 2018, and then making sure we understand sort of what the experience is right now presently for the students.
And now for questions.
Thank you both, Ms. Schaefer and Ms. Stout, for your sharing all of this information and your insight with us as a board. I just wanted to reiterate again, as Ms. Schaefer noted at the beginning, there is no action to be taken now. We just wanted to provide an overview of a little bit of the history and the why of the playing fields. We are working, as Ms. Schaefer noted, we are working with Lower Merion and Haverford Townships on the polo fields, and that is something that will come up for board vote probably in April or May once that process works its way through. But at this point, I just wanted to clarify that, or restate, I guess, that there is no action being taken tonight. I did want to open up for questions from the board. Ms. Schreck?
Hi there. Thanks so much. Want to just reiterate what President Klein shared about just appreciate you pulling together. Have a few questions for Principal Stout and then for Superintendent Schaefer. First, on slide 34, my understanding in talking with head of transportation is actually post-practice, students do have the ability to be driven home directly from practice and don't need to go back to Black Rock to then get on a bus. So what you presented here sounded a bit different, so I'm just trying to clarify which is accurate.
Yep. For the fall sports, students who needed to go to the Penn-Wynn area took a bus that went directly from Penn-Wynn, from the Gladwin Park to the Penn-Wynn area because of the long drive. Students who needed to go to the Gladwin area headed back to Black Rock to then get on the right. There's 6 different late buses to head home. So it's a combination of the two. With, being at the JCC fields, students who live in that area either will walk home or we will bus them home, and then students from the Gladwin area will come back to school, and then we'll have to get them where they need to go. So a challenge that situation presents is in a time where Ms. Kalish, I heard something about needing bus drivers, and in that situation, right, you're adding to the demand. So in addition to, sort of late buses and game buses, we now have all these practice shuttles that are running, and so it presents like a daily challenge on the phone with Dee to try to figure out, do we have a bus to get folks where they need to be?
Yep, very much appreciate that. What would be helpful in a future presentation is to understand, based on the number of students who participate in each sport, how many specific students we're talking about that are engaging in which sort of accommodation for the late bus to get a scope.
Sure.
If that would be great.
And I can provide that for you as well.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
You want me to keep going? Okay. Another question I had is, why the choice to combine the football team with Welsh Valley and not other sports or activities?
So it has to do with students, the number of students participating to create a meaningful experience. So we really try not to have cuts at the middle school level to the best extent that we possibly can. We want every student to have an opportunity to play. Football, you need sort of a larger, just mass of players to be able to participate safely. And so any of the one schools individually do not have enough students. There's also like 2 weight classes for football, and they just don't have enough students to be able to generate that. Same thing with our wrestling program. So I think Black Rock had 9 wrestlers this year, and each of the other schools had about the same combined together to have one meet, because you have to compete in all the different weight classes for wrestling. Whereas all 3 schools had an ample number of soccer players to field 3 teams, and so if you were going to combine, you would wind up cutting and have less opportunities for students to play. And our whole thing about middle school is we want you to get involved in the things. So,
gotcha. Thank you. And this one might seem like I'm putting you on the spot. I'm very just curious here. I very much respect and appreciate the student perspective that was raised from the athletes that you represented. I also had the great benefit of receiving many letters,
Sure.
as did my colleagues, from your Black Rock students, particularly over the last month in alignment with their assignment, very much advocating for not developing the land on Oakwell.
Absolutely.
And that the fields were not a priority. So I wonder, as their school principal, what is the conversation that you have with them about why this is needed, and what is your response to them as students that regardless of their perspective, your perspective is to move forward?
So the purpose of this presentation was to explain the need for fields, right? Where those fields are and how, that's not particularly what I'm not advocating to develop Oakwell or not to develop Oakwell. I'm just trying to make sure that folks understand there's definitely a need here. We have a lot of students who participate in athletics, and although we kind of put it together for this year, it's really not sustainable or ideal moving forward. In speaking with the students, so that was a really cool assignment. It was a 7th grade English assignment, and they were doing persuasive writing, and so then they were emailing the board, which is great, about a variety of topics. I did talk with them. I emailed a few back, and I talked with the students about their opinions related to it. We had some discussions back and forth about, well, how would you do this or how would you do that? I didn't include their voice in this presentation because, again, I'm not advocating for or against Oakwell. I'm advocating for field space for my students so that they can play. And so I think that's kind of where we are there.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I have other questions from Megan, but I can hold off in case other people have questions.
Melanie?
Go ahead, Mal. I'll go. Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming tonight and putting this presentation together. I had a couple questions just because I have to admit I did not have a sports kid. So when you talked about going back for this late buses, are those late buses specifically for the kids who are playing sports and coming back, or are they for all after-school activities?
So we offer 2 late buses. We offer a 4:30 late bus and a 5:45 late bus. So depending on what time your activity finishes, there's 2 different late bus runs. So, right now, that late 5:40 late bus run is looking like students from the play, and doesn't have any athletes right now because spring sports starts again next week. the 4:30 buses, things like newspaper and art club, they tend to end at 4:30. But when we're in, competition season, sometimes you have things like TSA that'll get on that later bus as well. So it depends who's on it, depends on when their activity ends.
Okay, thanks. And then the other thing is, I was just wondering, with the sports teams and for middle school, there's the fall season, the spring season. Does every team follow the same week schedule, so they're all competing all at once for the same fields? And how long is the standard period, excluding, I know, playoffs, but the standard period for practice or number of weeks? Is there a standard number of weeks of which they practice and play against other teams, heading to if they go into the playoffs?
Yeah, thank you. So we have a fall season that at the middle school level generally starts around September 10th and runs through the first week in November. And then we have a winter season that starts around November 15th and runs through probably close to March 1st, and they tend to be indoor sports. And then in the spring, we'll start again next week on the 20th, and that will run through close to Memorial Day.
Okay, thank you. That is a long period and a lot of use.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a follow-up question to that. I know at the high school, there are very specific PIAA-driven dates on when practices can start or when games start. Is that the same at the middle school level, or is there a little more flexibility at the middle school level?
So we're a member of the Central League, and our athletic director participates in a committee with the Central League, and so they determine those dates specifically. I believe I'd be correct in saying that it's a little more league-driven at the middle school level, although we are members of PIAA, and so there's certainly the way physicals occur, the rules of the game are PIAA, et cetera, but there's a little bit more league determination on that. So our dates are determined by the league.
Thank you. Dr. Sotner?
Hi. I'll try to keep them quick. So on back to slide 9 and looking at the numbers. So when it says 50% of 7th and 8th graders, is that 256 is 50% of the second? What's the unique?
Well, in the fall sports, they're all unique. Because it's only fall, so students play one sport at a time, and it's 256 of so we have like 700 or so students, right, in 7th and 8th, or slightly less than that, in 7th and 8th grade. So it's, there's 290 so 7th, 8th graders and 260 some 7th graders, so it's about half the students.
So there's no crossover, because when my kid was in middle school, he was able to do cross country and another sport because of the days that it fell on.
Oh, in fall?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. No, I believe everybody was uniquely assigned there. I don't think you have any duplicate students.
Got it. So the way it's set up now, were there any sports that you weren't able to offer on the fields that were used? Sorry, I'm getting feedback, so I'm backing up.
So the main thing that really impacted was, if you look at slide 8, what we would like to do with intramurals or offerings for the students that are not competing against other schools. So for example, to do something like an intramural soccer or a kickball or ultimate frisbee, I know they're all chomping at the bit for. So we have not, we weren't able to do any of that in the fall. So that's the number one thing that was eliminated there. So we were able to very magically schedule and get everybody else covered, but just not, so for 5th and 6th graders and then non-interscholastic athletics, there wasn't really any athletic opportunity for them in the fall.
So do other middle schools offer all of those as well?
Yes, and part of our 5-8 plan is to really beef that up, especially now that we have the 5th and 6th graders. So that's something that was part of our what do we want, reimagining this middle school scenario, really improving in that area. Because right now 6th graders can participate in cross country, And so we have like a separate number of students that participate in cross-country in 6th grade only, because that's they compete against other schools, but they're a club, not PIAA. I'm not 100% sure how that works, but it's true. And so that's the situation that happens there.
Got it. Okay, let me go to 32, slide 32. So if there was potential to...
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I don't know if it came unplugged under here.
Sorry. I should have noticed.
Anything come back?
Ms. LaPere is trying to fix the screen. It's not showing up. Like,
I'm not sure what. All right, let's see. I don't know why it's not coming back on. Mike's gonna help us.
Duplicate or extended? No, I know. But it looked like it was set to. It's going PC screen only. But do you normally run it duplicate or extended? You have to quit the PowerPoint and restart it. Here we go. Give it a second. There we go. You have to go have the power presentation and start back up again. Give me a second to get back up there.
Yay, thank you.
Slide 32.
Thank you. Now on to slide 32.
Okay, yes.
So to that list, and I love the colored arrows, if polo fields move forward, what sports on that list will not be considered on this on this part?
So the polo fields, I believe, would offer baseball and softball, so that would take care of that. We would still have the issue in spring related to boys lacrosse and not having enough fields there. And then in the fall, we would still have the issue related to field hockey and soccer.
And right now, they're going to Gladwin and competing those they're doing those sports in those 2 seasons at Gladwin.
Yes, and the soccer field is on a baseball field there, so it's like kind of, the field, it's not 100% grass, there's like a dirt combination there, so it's not ideal for soccer. And field hockey is there as well. And then with lacrosse, I guess we could continue to do the same there as well. We'll see how it goes this spring to be able to see how that is for sure. Yep.
Not ideal yet. I guess my last question for you, so football will stay the same, that will still stay a comboed sport?
As long as so we make judgments on those things each season. For example, there's been years where we haven't had a 7th grade and an 8th grade field hockey team. We've offered one combined team. Again, it's based on numbers of students interested in a particular year. So we won't, and you don't particularly know that until right before. So this week we're doing our interest meetings for sports that are happening next week, and middle school students do have a way of changing their minds often, so if you survey ahead of time, sometimes they wind up doing something very different the next day. But that's how we sort of, we think, we've done enough interest, we know what will, with good certainty of what we'll run for next week, but I can't predict next fall.
Yeah, got it. But
Yeah.
it can go down as well, correct?
It could, right, so you could have, for example, you could only have enough to run one field hockey team in a particular year. I think there were years at Welsh Valley that we ran one softball team and not both. And then right now baseball and softball is exploding, and which is wonderful. Lots of interest there.
Got it. Okay, here's my final question. if they were to go to the Oakwell location, you would still be busing kids to that location off-site?
It would be more like the BC scenario where it's about a 2 to 3 minute ride away, right? And so in terms of access to the nurse and the athletic trainer and the AED and the equipment back at school, you know, that's certainly very nice. That's definitely a nice to have situation. It's not a must have, but it's a nice to have. The other thing is you're not eating into practice time as much, and you're not elongating the day as much with the closer, right? The further away you sort of get from home base, the more contingencies and variables you have in a given situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
I have we have a couple more questions.
For me?
Sorry. A quick follow-up on that in terms of the teams, but there are also years where there's more than 2 teams. So there have been years when for soccer there was a 7th grade team, an 8th grade team, and then a combined 7th, 8th. Or for lacrosse, there were they had groups, right? So they had one 8th grade team, but they had sort of 3 levels. So a small group that played every game, and then they split the rest of the team into half, right? So there are also years where there are more players than want to play that sort of balance out those years that there might be fewer.
Yep, exactly. So that goes back to this idea of in middle school, we really try not to have cuts. And so we will, we'll sometimes do like a B squad, so especially if students are new to a sport, we'll kind of create, and some of the other schools have done this as well. And so we have an opportunity for students to, play in that way as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Kalish?
I just had a quick follow-up on what Dr. Sautner was talking about. And so just looking at this slide and listening to that discussion, we're saying that on average, 2 multi-purpose or soccer-sized fields would be adequate for the needs of your students in addition to the polo fields?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's great. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, fine. Thanks, Sarah. And also 20 years of middle school. Like, we should all be doing hats off. Thank you. And transition.
And I have 2 of them at home now, too. It's just, it's all middle school all the time, baby. I love it.
All right. One quick question, though. Yeah, I have a quick question for you.
All right. You buttered me up, and now you're going to come in for the hook. All right.
Like a middle schooler. Yeah. So one more question. What I was wondering about is understanding that you are advocating for fields for your students, not particularly the Oakwell property, and knowing that with the construction timelines, Oakwell, even if it did move forward, would not be ready for the fall. Is the current land usage outlined here with Gladwin Park, the JCC, and other options, is that what you're planning on using next year, or is there other sorts of solutions we need to be thinking about or considering?
For next fall, I have not spent a ton of time thinking about next fall yet, honestly. Maybe Megan has, but I have not. We're trying to make sure we have everything ironed out for spring. It took us a little while to find Vernon Young Park. Certainly JCC, that just got resolved. That was a great gift. And now I'm just worried about making sure everything's ready to go for Newsies with the sound and all of that, and then we're moving along. So
okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stout.
Did she take all the questions? Okay.
Sure, sorry, I missed it. I didn't realize we had 2 rounds of questions. Go ahead, Mr. Rath.
Oh, yes, I have some questions for Megan now. Wondering, Megan, the township you named in the presentation explicitly articulated in 2010 and in 2016 that they saw the need for fields and land development. I'm wondering if since 2016 there's been any update to the township's position on needing more fields in the township.
I hesitate to speak on behalf of the township, so I'm not going to do that. But I think my sense is that there's still an ongoing need for this type of resource for the community. To my knowledge, and there are probably people that better suited to answer this, that we haven't since that time seen a lot of development that provides additional playing fields or recreational spaces for children in the township. There's been development, but not specifically addressing these needs as comprehensively as what was, I think, recommended or proposed as a need. Again, I don't want to speak for the township, but I'm answering from my perspective, though.
And my second question is, with the proposed polo field option, is the district currently actively exploring other options with the property and what that could look like and modifications beyond what is here, or working in concert with the township? How does that work?
I think we're open to, and I think there was a slide about just other types of partnerships that we are exploring, we'll continue to explore, that I think honor the community voice around the concerns that have been expressed, but also, again, looking at meeting the needs that we've expressed here tonight. So I think we're open to different types of partnerships, and again, doing something that's going to be a benefit, ideally, not just to Black Rock, but for the entire community.
And with this shift, we would, am I correct in assuming we'd have to resubmit plans to the township for approval to work in partnership with them to move any project forward?
My understanding is anytime we want to do development, we have to submit a new plan if there's a revision to a current plan. So yes, just as a layperson answering that, yes, I think we would need to submit a new plan.
Can I ask a clarifying question of your clarifying question, Ms. Schreck? Were you asking about if there were talks about different configuration of polo field or just different configuration of Oakwell?
I was asking specifically of different configurations of Oakwell.
Okay.
If the softball and baseball fields move to polo,
Right.
would we then have to submit for approval for different configurations?
Got it. I just wanted to note that with baseball and softball at polo, like it wouldn't be safe to have another field in there. So that's why I was asking if your question was about polo.
Thank you.
Yeah, the answer's still, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer.
Oh, you're welcome.
I think we are ready to move on.
Okay. Ms. LaPera, could you transition us over to the next?
It's easier this way. Oh, no.
So as Ms. LaPera sets up, I just wanted to note that we are going to move on, or Ms. Schaefer will now do the Healthy Start Times update.
All right, so it might.
Good evening again. As we transition into our next topic this evening, I know there's been a lot of engagement around Healthy Start Times for a long period of time, but also certainly in the last few weeks. And so the purpose of tonight is to give the board and the community background information, the operational status, and importantly, the feedback we've received to date so that the board is positioned to make an informed decision in March of 2023 regarding implementing the proposed schedule in fall of 2023. So with that, the agenda for this evening, for the benefit of individuals that have maybe not had all of the background information to this conversation, we're going to provide some of that. We're going to look at that proposed schedule. Importantly, like I said, the feedback that we've received to date, the operational status of the change as it relates to how we are able to make it happen, and what are some of the challenges in making that proposed schedule happen in the fall of 2023, and then next steps. So I think for many of us, and we've been talking about this for a while, why are we talking about changing school schedules? The science behind this is to try to address the chronic sleep loss in adolescents because of the way their biological changes and their circadian rhythms that relate to when adolescents fall asleep. which is later typically, which means it's harder for them to wake up in the morning, to go to school at the current hours that we have established as start times here, and not unlike other districts around the state and locally. These changes, the science behind it is recognized by the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the CDC, which relative to that science behind sleep recommend that middle and high school start times begin no earlier than 8:30 a.m. So that's our why. And to orient those who are maybe not familiar with our schedule, this is the current schedules for our schools. Important to notice is that we have a 3-tier system, and we need to maintain a 3-tier system based on our transportation demands and the ability to ensure that between each tier, we have a certain amount of time so that bus A that's taking students to high school is then available to take another group of students to middle and then elementary school. So you'll notice here that the length of the day in that last column is noted because that's one of the variables that can change as we're looking at the change in start times and what arrangements are work for us. This has been a journey. This is not the first time I've presented about start times or others before me have presented about start times. I wanted to recognize the work of some important committees that had the huge task of taking all of the variables and all of the different ways that you could manipulate the schedule to come up with a proposal. So we had a research and development team that identified these types of options. For example, we could just push order, we could rearrange order, we can flip order. So we had a research and development team years ago that came back to us with, here are a lot of different options that different districts have explored that we could explore here. From that, we convened a Sleep, Health, and School Schedules Advisory Committee that worked throughout the 2018-2019 school year and taking that information from that research and development team and coming up with an initial proposal. So I mean, it was quite a task to ask a group of diverse stakeholders to say, of all of the different options, what could we look at that we could build some consensus around it and make a recommendation to the board. And so that happened in October of 2019, and you can see some of their priority items were maximizing student engagement, et cetera, safety, and opportunities for optimal sleep timing. So as a result of their exploration, this was the recommended schedule in 2019, which is referred to as the modified reorder. You can see in this model, elementary was first, beginning at 7:45, at high school in the middle, and then middle school at the end of the day, ending their day at 4:05 p.m. So the timing is important because that recommendation in 2019 was the vision or the plan was the board would act on that in the spring, whether to bring that to scale that and implement that in the following year. And as we know, COVID, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, COVID happened. But before COVID happened, there was an opportunity to receive a lot of feedback around that particular proposal. There were listening sessions. There was, like we have now, the sleep@lmsd.com email address. We had a staff survey. We had information coming in at that time that caused us, you know, as an administration, as a board, to just say, okay, what are some other options in response to this feedback that we're hearing? And I've highlighted this before, and what we heard at that time was the themes were elementary families were concerned about the early start time at 7:45 a.m. and concerns about safety related to that, concerns about elementary students arriving home first in that tiering system after school, so that the students or the children that might rely on an older sibling to care for them, those older siblings would not be home. So that was a concern that was raised. And then the concern that we heard primarily around middle school was that late end time, that 4:05 p.m. end time, would potentially substantially compromise the activities that we just talked about, and not only whether staff would be available to be sponsors, but whether there was going to be time in the day to fit that in, given other, out of school activities that students had, family time, et cetera. So those were the concerns that emerged at that time. Then COVID hit, and there was an intent for a plan there, but COVID interrupted everything. We transitioned to remote learning, we transitioned to hybrid learning, and since that time we've reimagined our K-8 schools. Within that time period, though, in October of 2020, the board took action to lock in the high school to that second tier. So a showing of commitment to changing the time and recognizing that sleep schedule, and again, trying to take that step of ensuring that we were moving in that direction. So once that happened, that really, in terms of options of looking at different types of schedules, the 2019 modified reorder was never voted out, but it opened, that secondary swap, which we're going to talk about, which is the current proposed schedule, as being sort of the other option. With high school in the middle, either elementary or middle school is going first. So, but importantly, and I think from the standpoint of the leadership of the administration, was the question, became not if, but how and when. This was back in 2019, 2020. So, as I led into what we have here today and what we've been talking about is the current proposed schedule, which again has been referred to as a secondary swap. In this schedule, we see middle school in that first tier beginning at 8 a.m., high school, and then elementary ending at 4:05. As I drew your attention to earlier, what you'll see is there are some changes to the length of the day. Not for middle school, but high school, there's reflected a 20-minute decrease in time and an increase of 10 minutes for elementary school. So there's for your reference, for purposes of individuals that want to go and look at this later, the comparison between the current schedule, the proposed schedule, and then the 2019 schedule. So you can see them all lined up here. So once we put the proposed schedule out for consideration back in late January, we engaged in trying a lot of ways to get feedback from our community. And when I say community, I mean you in the room, parents, guardians, students, and staff. That's the community that I'm speaking about tonight. So that's where a lot of this feedback is aligned with those groups. In terms of our community. We endeavored to receive feedback through a variety of platforms. We had listen and learn sessions that I think we found a lot of value in. It was incredibly powerful to be face-to-face, even if it was virtually, hearing from people directly, understanding the impact. And you can see a summary there that was led by Brownstone Public Relations. They've provided us with feedback. You can see approximately 283 individuals participated in those listen and learn sessions. We had the email account open immediately after we made the proposal. We had over 666 emails that we've collected to date that are being analyzed by Dr. Christina Paul. We've taken sort of a running inventory of that because, and I'll point this out later, our intent was in getting this feedback is to design ideally design some mitigation measures that would meet the concerns or address some of the concerns that we heard in that feedback. So there was an ongoing review of emails as they came in, not necessarily the scientific analysis of it, but certainly informed our work, and some of that operational, the operational information that will be presented is intended to answer some questions that we heard, reflect the feedback that we're hearing. The other opportunity we had for feedback was the survey that was run through Hanover Research. We had a tremendous response to that, over 8,000 responses. Notably, we had over 4,000 students respond, which I think is fabulous when we talk about, hearing student voice, especially as it relates to their experience. And then you see the other totals there. So we're going to take a deeper dive into those preliminary results today. And then the on-site survey, what that reflects is Brownstone also used sort of that face-to-face, those face-to-face connections to engage individuals in filling out that survey, again, trying to meet people where they are. And so that reflects the outreach that they did in attempting to, again, find people and make sure that they completed the survey for us and get that feedback to us. So as we look at, we're moving into the feedback, I just wanted to provide some disclaimers. This is not the final analysis. This is where we are right now, which I think is important. It gives us some points of interest to consider. There's just a lot that we want to make sure we go through carefully. We also know that, like, what we see today, that isn't necessarily distilled into subgroups that might be important to us. For example, the survey results, we aren't able yet to have just the student-specific responses. We have overarching responses, which I think reflect important themes, but we don't have, for example, the student-specific responses. We also know, given the timeline for the feedback, the survey was only available in English. So I just want to call attention to these things and be transparent about what some of those limitations have been just in this moment in terms of data collection. The paper copies of surveys, again, we try to partner and meet people where they are who may not have access to technology. We're still bringing those in, which have to be entered into the system as well. And finally, one thing that we noted as, I think, an objective is that we really feel that the data we've collected is representative of our community, and there's some additional diving into the data, so we feel confident that this reflects a complete picture of our community. So with those disclaimers, I did want to share some highlights of what we've received to date. So this is the summary. A summary of the survey results. And for example, the question that was posed, that if you can't read it, is generally, how satisfied are you with the proposed schedule for the 23-24 school year? And it ranged from completely dissatisfied to completely satisfied, and items in between. The highlighted, and this happens throughout, but those blocks of highlighting there were intended to help you land your eyes somewhere. So what it reflects are any responses that were 20% or more. That's all it reflects. There's a lot to see there, but if you were like me, there are a lot of numbers, and it helped me just to get a visual of sort of where things were landing. So the intent there was to give you a picture of what that looks like. Hanover has shared that given the sample size, they wouldn't expect a tremendous amount of variability from where this is as far as results. Again, not final, but that's, I wanted to share that as well. So the second question there is, how prepared do you feel to make this change in 23, 24? Again, ranging from not at all prepared to extremely prepared. And then finally, overall, how do you believe the proposed schedule will affect you and or your family, ranging from very negatively to very positively? A lot of data on this slide. This question was an opportunity for respondents, namely students and parents, guardians, to tell us what effect you believe the proposed school schedule change will have on you or your child in the following areas. And on the left-hand side there's a list of effects. And the range goes from a very negative effect to a very positive effect. And that far right corner, if you can't see it, is the unsure or not applicable. That middle band down the middle there is the response is neither negative nor positive effect. So again, a lot to take in here. Highlights reflect just that 20% or more of respondents in those categories. The next slide is of a similar nature, but this was answered by staff. So what effect do you believe the proposed school schedule change will have on you, school staff, in the following areas? And again, a list of potential effects ranging on the opportunity to weigh in on a range from very negative to a very positive effect. The next three slides are more level-specific questions. This one is, to what extent are you concerned about the following potential challenges associated with adjusting, in this case, elementary school schedules? So elementary, anyone that identified as connected to elementary, whether staff, student, not students, but family, would get this list of potential challenges, and these challenges had been identified by the prior work of the advisory committee, of the core logistics team, et cetera. So those were where those identified challenges came from. Not intended to be all-inclusive, which is why we gave opportunity to share additional information within that survey with us. But this is, again, the concerns range from not at all to extremely concerned, and this is the elementary feedback. A similar question posed for middle school. So anyone that identified at the middle level would receive this question asking about challenges, again ranging from not at all concerned to extremely concerned. And then finally for our high school identifying respondents, we see a list of challenges, not at all concerned to extremely concerned. Other feedback that we've received that's more captured as themes. This is, the L&L is not lunch and learn in this context. It's our listen and learn sessions. So this is from Brownstone, and the high-level themes that they culled from the many listening sessions that they provided. So I'll read some of these. Staff and parent guardians believe that the 4:05 end time for any student prohibits student achievement, and this reduced student engagement that results from a prolonged day places an undue burden on teachers at any grade level. While appreciative of the listen and learn sessions, communication from the district to date has not been clear regarding the logistics and operations of the proposed start time change, transparent about the start time change process itself, or reflective of research that speaks to the impact of changes to single parent guardian households, low income households, and working parent guardian households. The proposed time changes do not support student well-being, particularly as it relates to our special and unique learners, the role the after-school programs and internships play in their social wellness and individual progress, the time needed for unstructured learning, and the time spent with their families. The proposed time changes come on the heels of what has already been a tumultuous 3 years for our teachers as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This change feels disruptive. Though this is an issue that the district has brought up many times over the years, the district may not be in a position to implement the time change for the 23-24 school year, and a path forward, however, needs to be communicated immediately. So these are the themes from the Listen and Learn sessions. We also have themes from the emails. This is, again, a preliminary look by Dr. Paul, who will be providing a final report to us. And I will not read all of these words to you, but it does reflect some of the themes we've already seen. And what I just read to you, I think, is what we're seeing in the emails as well. The key concerns at the elementary level that we saw reflected in that first bullet point that I read. And then potentially, I think what's identified here is that middle school voices were less present, which was notable. And so the themes, though, that were present was that this proposed schedule still doesn't meet that ideal start time for students that are in those middle level bands. So again, this is more for everyone to have an opportunity to look in greater depth at home. This is available to you, but what we tried to do was capture some of the themes across the groups that we've described. These are themes from the Listen and Learn sessions and from emails. This does not reflect the survey results. So these are just themes that we saw from those two sources that we tried to gather and organize. Remember, we're trying to be transparent with what we're working with. So when we say we're trying to meet needs and operationalize in a way that's responsive, I want you to see what we're looking at and know that this is what's on our mind when we're talking about how do we do this and how do we move forward. So there are celebrations and challenges recognized by students, by parent guardians, and by our staff. And I've mentioned this before, and I think one of the themes that we heard echoed in that Listen and Learn session overview was the cumulative effect of change for our students and for our staff, and doing this in a way that recognizes and acknowledges that impact is important. It's important as a leader to do that and understand how individuals who need to make a change are feeling about it. So now that we've covered the feedback, and as I previewed, some of that feedback is reflected in the operational updates that we're giving you today. So we tried to balance like giving some answers to some of those questions too. And I forgot to mention that I have a super team that's helped with this work along the way. Not only are members of cabinet that get the benefit of being involved in everything. Sarah Stout, Scott Weinstein, principal of Harriton High School, Jason Stroop, the athletic director at Lower Merion High School, Oldest Filsons, our supervisor of transportation, have really helped because we need people to continue to think about how we operationalize this while they're doing their day jobs. So I wanted to acknowledge their important work in helping us move this forward and think through doing this right for the community and more importantly for our students. Again, another disclaimer. As I said before, this operational status is not intended to reflect all of the feedback we've received to date. Some of this information that I'm going to share is has been presented before, but we're trying to keep it all together so we can have as comprehensive and complete a conversation as we can with this. One of the earlier questions that came up was about this proposed schedule and what does transportation look like? What does the pickup time look like? What does a drop-off time look like for students at each level? So you can see here our transportation team took a look, tried to predict what that estimated earliest pickup time was at the various levels and by school, and also the latest drop-off time, again, by level and by schools. This is not new information. It's been presented before, but we wanted to bring that back to your attention because it has come up, continues to come up as a question. Again, this side represents estimates. We aren't exactly sure what that traffic pattern impact is going to look like, whether ridership will increase as there's a later start time. We might see more high schoolers on buses, non-public schools if they change their time, et cetera. So we want to put those caveats on that proposed schedule. And then, again, we're still working on some of these additional transportation runs that we do to support students. We talked about some of that earlier tonight, whether it be athletics, whether it be midday runs that go to our career tech center, whether it's to supporting field trips, et cetera. So all of those things come into play as to how this is going to look. Is something we will live into, but we want to put as much notice out there that there might be other items that need to adjust or don't happen because of the change, and these are some of those that are still being worked through. One of the conversations that has been happening with our elementary teams is around the additional 10 minutes in the school day. I've said this before, 10 minutes may not sound like a lot of time, but over time it is. It's 10 minutes in a teacher's day when they can make a call to a parent, where they can jump into a meeting, where they can, run to the restroom. Elementary is a very different experience than secondary, and I just want to be clear, we're hearing from our elementary staff, they have very full days. They're with our, youngest learners every day, and that takes a lot of time and attention. So 10 minutes may not seem like a lot, but in the experience of an elementary staff member, it's meaningful. And we've talked about all of the new things that we're doing and we're trying to put in place. We're looking to see how we can do this and not take away that important time that teachers have for themselves and with their colleagues to collaborate, do meetings, et cetera. So we wanted, though, to come back in honor of this effort to say, we looked at this. What we're thinking now is that it might be added to a special area or lunchtime as an option. We've talked to some teachers about that. We know that probably will necessitate some additional coverage, and there will be some cost associated with that. So it's not been fully vetted, but we can sit here and say it's doable, but there are some trade-offs. So, any additional revisions at this point, we think, and again, I would note, we just reimagined our K-4 experience. Further revisions, we'd really, I think, advocate for an opportunity to go back and look at that and how can we make that change meaningful to students and staff. So I'm going to take a little break, and he is still here. Mr. Weinstein is going to take over and go through these slides around the high school schedule.
Good evening, I'm Scott Weinstein, principal of Harriton High School. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the high school schedule. In the proposed schedule, there's a reduction of 20 minutes. Preliminary, we have a framework for revised schedule. We looked at 6 different options of how we can operationalize this new schedule. we can do that. It's just a matter of continuing to seek feedback on what makes the most sense, where we take the minutes from. Instructional time will be impacted, but it's a schedule that we'd be able to create. It's not fully vetted, but it meets the requirements of PDE. If we reduced further time, we're not sure about this at that point. Now that's kind of our local sphere of influence. We can do that. The challenge becomes when you interact with systems. Article in yesterday's Inquirer talking about Lower Merion school start time, and the local superintendent spoke to not having a critical mass of schools to do that, and then interacting with those systems where we interact. So the next bunch of slides kind of represent some operational challenges that we have. For example, Central Monco Technical High School. We have students that participate in the AM and PM sessions. It's our local technical high school. We met with the executive director multiple times, and there's some definite challenges in working out being able to provide both sessions to our students that at this point we still have some challenges with. We must have flexibility for students to attend the AM and PM sessions. They run different programs in the AM and PM. So it's important that we make those programs available to our students. If we limit our students to one of them, that becomes problematic. Plus, entry into those systems, into those programs, is a challenge because not everybody gets in. So currently, most of our students are in the AM session, and I'll go over the morning session versus the afternoon session and try to bring home the challenges a little bit more. Students need to arrive at Central Monco Technical High School by 8 o'clock p.m. With the new start time, starting high school at 8:40 and our three-tiered system, we don't have a current system with our tiers to transport students to the tech school. So we would have to either contract or have additional routes, and we know the challenges of transportation at this point. Students will need to be in school an additional 40 minutes beyond their peers. We recognize that while I think we provide a great program, students don't often want to spend that much more time in school each day for students that would take our AM Technical High School. We'll need to plan for one extra period outside of the structure for not being in sync with our proposed schedule. And we need to plan for students that attend this session because we will not be able to enroll all the students in the afternoon session. Now, the afternoon challenges are a different set of challenges, but significant nonetheless. Students will need to leave for the afternoon session in the middle of lunch and learn. We'll need to plan for the students because lunch is not an option at Central Monco. So what we do at lunch and learn is allow for intervention time and allow for students to eat and socialize. That will be significantly impacted. Students will arrive back in the building 30 minutes of school left, and they wouldn't be in that scheduled class. So they'd have to wait an additional period of time. So there's definitely some significant challenges with the Central Monco Technical High School. Like I said, we met with the executive director a couple times, and that would be something we'd have to continue to vet that we don't have great options for at this moment. The next ones rely, when I talked about interacting with systems, so we're part of the Central League High School. So I'm gonna let you kind of take in the data of this slide. In that Inquirer article, they highlight a couple of these high schools that made that change, namely Radnor, Garnet Valley, and Conestoga. And in their end times, the schools that have made that change time to school start time, their end times haven't been as significant as ours. For example, the latest end time right now is 3:10. The proposed schedule at the second tier ends high school at 3:30. That's 20 minutes later than the peers. How that comes into play, as I referenced when we interact with systems, is significant, which I'll cover in a moment. I wanted to share another way to look at this. As you can see, start times there, and just a different visual. The LM stands for Lower Merion School District. No slight to Harriton, where there'd be an H, but that's what the representation is. Thank you. So you can see visually that we go way past that point. And since I referenced that article, there's other school districts. Downtown has proposed move. They haven't done it yet. Unionville and Phoenixville have. Also, their end time, which is what we're talking about now, isn't as significant. So why does that come into play, and why am I singling that out? So we do compete in 11 fall athletic teams, 13 winter and 13 spring. You see the total participants in the fall are 773. In the winter are 620. In the spring are 869. That equals 2,262. Quick math in my head. It's also a dry humor joke. I did calculate that before I came. Now keep in mind, some of these athletes are fall, winter, and spring. We have multiple athletes from both high schools that participate in 3 of the seasons, all 3 of the seasons. Some 2 and some just 1. Our athletes, and it's a significant number that are in multiple seasons, the impact of their school day, and I'll show you the breakdown a different way. But what I want to single out by our end time being at 3:30 is the PIAA and Central League agreed upon start times for after-school sports, significantly in the fall and spring, but also the winter, are 3:45 p.m. So we currently leave early from school when we have an away contest. Leaving early at the time we would leave, roughly the 2 to 2:15 part, would continue to miss that last set. And a reminder for the high schools, we call what we called periods, the high schools you went to, sets at the high school. Now you're into 2 sets towards the end of the day. So you're looking at missing about half of the 2 sets before the end of the day and the full last set of the day. So our athletes that compete in 3 seasons, you average roughly low 20s in games. You have a couple scrimmages. So you're missing all those away times. The other thing that would happen if we have a 3:30 end time is the 3:45 start time would now have our athletes leave early on a home game to, whether they get taped, to prepare physically and get ready for a 3:45 start time. They wouldn't be able to leave class at 3:30 to make all of that happen. So they'd have to leave significantly earlier, missing most, if not all, of the last set of the day. The other variable besides that number of 2,262 is many of our coaches come from our teaching staff or our instructional assistants. So you're talking about a teacher missing potentially 2 of their last sets of the day, which would impact roughly 48 kids at the end of the day. Some of our coaches coach multiple sports, so you do the math and it becomes significant. Some of our instructional assistants are one-to-one with students with special needs who are leaving that child, and we continue to have staffing concerns, as the nation does, in filling some of these positions. So that represents some pretty significant challenges, mainly around our end time of 3:30. And what I share with you is the potential impact of those things. And I will move and show you this slide once again. The middle school times, the proposed change lands us kind of in the middle of where other Central League schools are. Not as significant as an impact, very doable. I'll leave that up and let you take that in. And to show you the visual of where they would fall. As you can see, it's roughly in the middle of where our Central Leagues, so it doesn't impact systems outside of ours. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Schaefer. Thank you.
Sorry,
We'll have public comment at a later point in the agenda.
It just seemed weird that those graphics that show the comps.
That was referring to sports. Elementary schools don't compete against each other in sports.
Good question. Again, the purpose of some of those operational slides was to try to answer some questions that we're getting and be transparent about what we think that impact will look like. So that, again, going back to the purpose is that we can make, the board can make an educated decision, informed decision, I should say, when next week. And so as far as next steps go, this presentation is available. Again, I know that there was a lot of data in there, and I hope, those that want to take a deeper dive are able to do so. And then we have additional information on our website, remains there. And again, the board is expected to take a vote on a current proposal next week, next Monday on March 20th. And so we're at the question portion of this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Take the opportunity to allow board members to ask questions. Mr. Mooring?
So just referring back to the comparison of times and also looking at the 2019 plan, if we were to, in noting that the middle school wasn't gravely impacted with the current proposal of the elementary swap or secondary swap, if we were to look at the middle school going last, which was the original 2019, that's where it looks like we would have a much more significant impact on athletics, correct?
Yes, and not just athletics. I think what we heard the last time when we presented that was, I think once students in that middle school to high school range, they have other activities beyond just what's happening in school too, so they're scheduled and have, commitments beyond even an extracurricular. So that's what we heard the last time, and I would anticipate if we did that again, we would get that similar feedback as well.
And just one more, and if also with the elementary first, one of the conversations that we've had in our information sessions was around the busing timing in between, right? That elementary takes the longest to complete, which then also crunches the possibility around how to tier in spacing. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Just looking for support back there in case I get this wrong. The elementary, they take longer to board, longer to get off a bus. So the time, while we've tried to maximize it as much as we can, we know that it's just a slower run. So when you have high school first, you can usually you pick up some efficiency, and that's why you see in a proposal a 35-minute corridor in the afternoon for high school, because it tends to not have a high of ridership, and it's just a more efficient run. So we do know that there's a strong potential that by going elementary first, that will sort of back up the other runs that follow it. That's right. Mr. Vilson's nodded, that was right.
Ms. Kalish?
Thank you. I've got two questions that sort of go more with the sports stuff and then two on sort of scheduling. So I'm just wondering, when we're looking at shortened days for our athletes, about how many game days per season are we looking at? Because just in terms of what I'm thinking about, it's a different calculation if there are 4 games a season than if there are 14 games a season. That's a big consideration.
And I'm going to say it depends on the sport. Mr. Stroop, would you like to? Unless you...
Thank you. We're going to hear from our athletic director. Thank you, though.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Jason Stroop, Director of Activities and Athletics at Lower Merion High School. So it does vary by season and by sport. Generally, for our fall and spring sports, you're looking at anywhere between 18 and 22 competitions per season. Usually half of those are home, half of those are away, so you can split that number. For our home games, we'll be talking about getting out early for some of those home competitions, and then also for the away, it depends, because there are some games at neighboring schools that would be night games as well, so you have to take that also as a variable.
Okay. And because we have our rotating set schedule at the end of the day, they wouldn't necessarily be missing the same class over and over again. They would sort of rotate through?
Correct. I mean, it can end
Yeah,
up
of
on the
course.
same day, but yes, it does rotate.
Don't leave yet, I have one more question. So Mr. Weinstein was talking about our agreement with the Central League, and I'm just wondering, I know we're an active participant in the Central League, and that was something that was negotiated. I was wondering if that was something that we could put, if we decide to go forward for this, if that was something that we could work on renegotiating, and when that could open up again for us.
I just have a renegotiate what?
The agreement to, sorry, it was clear in my head, to start at the games at 3:45.
So, not all schools start at 3:45. That's our agreed start time for afternoon competitions. One of the schools that has moved start times, Radnor, has asked us to move their afternoon home games to 4 o'clock, which many schools accommodate. Not all schools can accommodate that, but when they play in the afternoon, the majority do accommodate that 4 o'clock start time. However, if you do not have, you have light limitations when you start games at 4 o'clock or after that.
Of course. Okay, thank you. So on to my questions about scheduling. I was curious as we were going through this. I've read a lot and listened a lot on these presentations, so it's rare that a new thing sort of sparks in my head. And I'm just curious as to how the determination for time being added or determined from a levels school day was determined, like why and, yeah, why?
Math, not to be flippant, but we were aiming to try to start the schedule at 8. There seemed to be like interest in starting a schedule, like no one wanted to necessarily start before 8. That's some feedback we heard, so we said, what could we look at that would start us at 8? We looked at what the tiering we needed for the bus routes, and then we figured out, like, from there, how do you fit those days in where you have the minimum amount of impact on that length of day. So in order to make it all fit that way, that's what the...
Okay.
So it wasn't like we started with the why of this is how much time. It was sort of built that way.
Right, that's interesting. So that if the order were flipped to back to what we looked at in 2019, that would be a place that would have some play one way or the other because it was completely schedule based and not like we evaluated the elementary school day and said, well, they could use 10 more minutes.
Correct. I mean, we're not saying that that's not valuable to have more academic time.
No, absolutely.
But the
flippant.
yeah, right now, I appreciate that. It's getting late, and I'm sure you're tired of listening to me. But the idea was if we flipped it back, all of those variables, you play with the variables, you play with the length of the day, that's where you can look at what other possibilities exist within that tiering system. So, you know, could you shift time here or there? Sure, but in order to kind of get it within the parameters that I think people would like to see it in, you would have to further reduce the length of the day.
Okay. My last question is slightly sticky, but I wanted to put it out there for transparency's sake. If we as a board determined that we would prefer, based on feedback, in elementary school first, high school second, and middle school last, could that be an order that would be feasible to implement this fall?
No.
Yes,
and I'm happy to expand on that.
Yes,
if we look at some playbooks for this, toolkits out there that suggest how do you do this, how do you implement, what are timelines that are recommended for making decisions, a lot of those point to a fall timeline. So making a decision in the fall, or I think I saw one that was December 15th, so that you have time to operationalize for the following year. When the proposed schedule was recommended for discussion in January, that's when we started operationalizing it. I mean, that's why we've been doing this work, because in our view, we felt behind And so if we did another change to that right now, I don't think we can make a shift at this point based on all of the factors of what we need to prepare for and do that successfully for the fall of 2023.
I appreciate your candor. I wasn't able to attend any of the sessions for staff, but based on what you might have witnessed just anecdotally, was it your impression that the teachers might feel more amenable to changing their schedule if they had more notice going into it?
Answer my question. I think, and what I would have added to why not 2023 goes back to what I said earlier, the cumulative impact of where we are and what we've put in front of staff across the board to now even say something different. I can't sort of underline the impact that would have just on the feeling of staff in relation to that kind of change in this moment. So do I feel like more time is better than a shift? Absolutely. Given more time to adapt, I think that's, my opinion is that's better for everyone, not just staff. So I don't know that I can say like staff would rule out any change, no. But any change that gives staff time to adjust would be certainly better received.
I respect that. I know we're dealing with staffing challenges, as are a lot of other schools right now, and the last thing we want is to alienate our staff while trying to provide for our students. So thank you.
Ms. Garrison?
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Radnor, that's the district that's closest to us, and they implemented their changes in 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
Do they also have a tiered system with their buses?
They do.
What can we learn from Radnor, if anything?
Their tiering system, and I know probably Mr. Vilsons can speak to this better than I can, is a little more compressed than ours. They also have far fewer schools to serve than we do. I'm gonna look over my shoulder if he wants to come up and weigh in. It's they're able to just create efficiencies that we don't have available to us in our system. So I believe we've looked at that as, are there things that we can learn to create efficiencies in our system? But our structures are very different. Our population is very different in terms of numbers and the schools that we serve. So we're almost, in terms of number of schools, twice as large as Radnor is. So there are just additional complexities in our system that create the need for the tiering that we have.
Okay. In a perfect world, how could we make it perfect for everyone so that all the children get the proper rest that they need? What would that cost us, and are people willing to pay for that?
I think we'll need to survey people about what they think is perfect. I'll try to respond just because this comes up a lot, is how many buses can we park in Lower Merion to make this happen so there's, a two-tier system? The projection, as I understand it, again, this was done prior to our 11th school being online, that it would take close to 60 more buses to deliver that type of system here. And so how we get to that and the cost of that is something that we had ruled out as cost prohibitive, which is why a two-tier system was not further entertained and was not recommended ultimately for further review. So that is one example of I think, conversations that have happened in the past around that cost piece.
Would we consider looking at it again if the community wants to do that?
I mean, if the will of the board is to look at that option again and get, costing on that, and then look at that in relation to what that means for the budget and other, trade-offs or programs that may not be able to be delivered because of that cost, I mean, that would be the discretion of the board. That wouldn't be a current recommendation of the administration, given our prior.
So if I could just
stance.
address
Yep.
that question a little bit. So it's a lot bigger than just budget. First of all, budget reflects the whole community. Only 20% of the taxpayers are parents, and so we would need to engage the rest of the community for an expenditure like that. But just operationally, we have no place to park those buses. We're actually overflowing in the land that we have, and part of the agreement to build this school was that we wouldn't park buses here with the township. So there's no place, and we parked 10 buses at Welsh Valley, and that created a whole furor in the community. Parking 60 extra buses in the township someplace, I think that's going to be a big challenge. In addition, there's a nationwide shortage of bus drivers. We're having a hard time staffing the buses that we already have today. Looking for 60 additional bus drivers, I think, would be a virtual impossibility.
I don't know that it would be impossible. If you pay the right amount, people will, take the job. I do have another question, though. One more question.
Is it a bus question? Because I wanted to
It's
follow
not
up
a bus
on-
question.
Okay, let me
This
follow
is-
up on the bus question then.
Okay.
Because during my tenure on the board, I have worked, spent many hours working with other board members, with township commissioners, with local realtors and local community members, looking for additional bus parking space, and there was none. There weren't any viable options that were accessible, that were affordable, that were doable. So if that is something that, I just don't see that as a feasible option to find additional parking spaces for 60 buses within our district. And I'll also say that on Monday I participated in one of the Regional Adolescent Sleep Need Coalition meetings, and the transportation director from the Radnor School District did a presentation. And when they were doing their change, they also looked into moving into a two-tier system. And for Radnor, it required adding, I think it was like 49 buses. So something very similar to us. Again, ours was, I think, about 60 prior to Black Rock Middle School. So I wanted to point that out as we have looked into this. It's something that does not seem like a viable option here, but also that other districts have come up against those same issues. Go ahead.
Okay, my final question is, how many total students do we have at Lower Merion High School and at Harriton? What's the total number of students?
I think it's about 3,000 total.
Lower Merion, roughly 1,750,
Right.
1250.
Total 3,000. I'll put it in about 1,750 at Lower Merion and 1,250 at Harriton.
Okay, and what percentage of them are athletes?
Using that prior slide, I would guess it's depending on the season, but I think it's probably, you said 2,200 total, I think, Mr. Weinstein, and then with the duplicates taken out, I'd guess it's closer to 50%. But we can clarify that. That's certainly something we could have a specific number on for you. I just don't have that specific number in front of me. I'm trying to do some estimates.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you. Could you flip to slide 20, please? So the earlier slides, you framed each slide with the population that survey reflects, but slides 20, 21, and 22 do not. Could you speak to what population does this represent?
So this question was posed to respondents that indicated they had a connection to an elementary school, whether it be staff,
So it's
or
parents and staff.
parent and staff combined. We don't have it broken down any further than that.
Great, and so that's 21 and 22
And then, yes,
as
correct,
well.
20,
Okay.
yep.
When do we anticipate getting the results of the students' survey?
The breakdown is not until middle to late April. That was their schedule.
So we're not going to get any preliminary results this week?
Regarding the specific student data from this survey, no.
And when is their final report?
That's the timeline for their final report. We've asked, we've asked for whether we could get that prior to the final report, and they've, I mean, we'll certainly ask again.
What about the raw data? Could we see the raw data? I mean, could we have Hanover just send the board the raw student survey data? I mean, Carrie and I could.
I will ask them tomorrow, tonight, and see what they're able to provide. I mean, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems odd not to have the student voice in this.
But the students are reflected in some of these.
Yes, so they're in all of these except for this particular one, because elementary students were not surveyed. So the middle school, this is a combination of students, staff, and parent guardians that responded. Similarly, the high school reflects student voice. It's combined with the other groups, but students are absolutely embedded, their responses are embedded in all of these other questions except for that one that we were just on with elementary.
So it's just the slide 20 that doesn't have the students in
Correct.
it, but 21 and 22 do?
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, that actually the students were the highest respondents in terms of...
Overall, yes.
Overall. If you look on page 15.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Sotner?
I figured if I go after Peter, I'll start with my survey question. So I have a few, but I'll try to keep them real quick so we can move along. So we're not going to be able to analyze the data of the survey per group until April.
It's being reviewed by Hanover right now as they're building their final report for us. That was the timeline that they originally gave us.
Great. And when they break it apart by staff, parents, and students, and actually high school and middle school should be separate as well, will they be able to tell us each one which is a significant sample and what's the margin of error on each subgroup?
I would expect them to do that, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, next set of questions. One of the things that I heard in the multiple listening sessions that I went to and kind of going through the conversations, the emails as well, is that 4:05 is too late for anyone, and you can see it in the survey comments as well. And it makes me think we can play around with these 3 tiers all we want, but it's going to be a big problem because 4:05 is really late to get out of school, let alone sports, after school. Our kids are really into a lot of things, and that can create a big issue. So has there been any pondering around maybe not making us a 2-tier system, but shrinking in between the tiers?
In terms of that transportation?
Because I don't want 50 buses, but maybe 10.
So we've looked at opportunities to supplement transportation services. We put out requests for proposal, and how would that impact the bus ride, for example. We looked at that, the relative impact of bringing online more buses does not save a tremendous amount of time between tiers. I believe, just as a plug, Mr. Vilsons will be presenting to ISC on the issue of transportation, who he can be quite a entertaining speaker. I encourage people to see his presentation. So there is a lot of intricacies that he is much better positioned to dive deep into, and I can ask him to join me if you'd like some of that tonight. But I do think it's really worthwhile to be able to come back and have Mr. Vilsons present a more robust presentation on our transportation system, what the limitations are, answer questions like that. But do you want to add to my response tonight?
Good evening. My name is Uldis Vilcinch, and I am a supervisor of transportation for a school district. We originally asked for 45 minutes between the tiers to make sure we meet our schedules. Then we looked at it and we think we can do it in 40 minutes to keep schedules realistic. If we shrink any more, it will just be the buses will be arriving late. We're going to say we end at 3:35, but for even now, we end the school at 3:35. Our last Gladwin bus gets there close to 4 o'clock. And probably last Gladwin student gets dropped off at 4:29. So these schedules don't reflect actual times, so that we need those 40 minutes to make sure that parents can count on our scheduling, that we can tell what time their student will be home. Shrinking would require more and more buses, but we already tried to shrink as much as possible this time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I do look forward to future conversations on shrinking the gaps between. I appreciate it.
And we switching, I don't want to go into too many details, but if you're familiar with the high school, our buses are lined up there right now. The whole system is built in that. We have buses lined up at Harrington, Lower Merion. They leave their terminals at certain times to make sure they're in certain order. This order is posted in the high school so students know. Bell rings, high school students are out the door on a bus. We give them 7-8 minutes and they go. If it's middle school, it's not going to happen. First of all, some of the middle schools will have tough time lining up buses. We can in some. But middle school the students need more attention. Buses are announced, bus 55, please, are supposed to be ordered because they tend to get on the wrong buses and then everything runs late. And elementary, of course, is the slowest tier and takes the most. Kindergartners have to be seated in front. Kindergartners have to be met by the parents. Our drivers take extreme caution with even younger grades. If they see that there is second grader, we technically can drop off without a parent, but if driver sees that student is there, every day there is a parent and Monday there is not, and student is reluctant or worried getting off, they will radio in and tell us. But that's all takes minutes and minutes away from it. That's why elementary is the last tier, is from logistics is a little bit better because if elementary goes first, those delays going to start early. So then middle school, the high school will run late, then middle school will run even later. So there's pluses and minuses to every system, but to operate system properly, we do need those 40 minutes between. Radnor, we spoke about Radnor. Radnor is a smaller district. Radnor doesn't have the same traffic as we do. With a two-tier system, yeah, we would need 56, 60 buses. Before pandemic, I would say I don't have where to park buses. Now, even if you would give me buses, I don't know if I can get drivers. There's just shortage of the drivers. There is, our drivers have to go through drug testing. Marijuana is now legal. That eliminates huge population of people because they're not going to be able, we do random testing. Everyone gets tested almost at least once a year. Some people get 2-3 times a year if they pulled for random. So there is a shrinking pool of the drivers and I mean, they have to go through the credentials are amazing, what they have to do. They have to recertify every 4 years. So staffing right now is very difficult, and we are very selective who we hire because they transport your kids. They don't transport my kids, they transport your kids, and that I see as even more bigger responsibility than transporting my own kids.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As a parent whose kids constantly got on the wrong bus, thank you for always making sure that they got home to the right location, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your children weren't the only ones. I also want to thank Mr. Vilsons, because if you ever see a bus with a guy in a suit, it's because Mr. Vilsons stepped in because there were bus drivers out.
Okay, I promise I'll wrap it up real quick. How much feedback have you heard and received across the experiences in the reading that you've done so far around that elementary to middle school jump that we're seeing this proposed schedule, the change in time? Let me read it correctly for everyone. So elementary, your fourth grade, you're waking up at 9:20 or getting to school at 9:20, and then the next year you'll be getting to school at 8 a.m.
I've heard that. I mean, I've seen that as a concern. Admittedly, that isn't we haven't as a team taken a huge deep dive into that. That would be hard to mitigate. But we definitely acknowledge that as a concern, and one that we really haven't worked through. I don't, again, know whether there's a mitigation strategy to it, but we definitely have heard that.
Thank you. Next question. When you're considering this, what are you also considering around looking at all of our kids and their overall well-being? Because what I heard a lot of in the conversations and the feedback too wasn't just about start times, but the pressure that kids are under, all those other pieces. COVID, you mentioned it, and thinking of the wellness and the health of our teachers too, and what they've been through in the last 3 years. So how are you seeing that? Are you seeing that in a different way after this kind of information, or beginning of the information gathering?
In a different way. I've had the opportunity to talk a lot about wellness and around the policy and around, where we are in this moment, and having lived through the pandemic in this district. I'm not saying we're unlike any other district, but I certainly know what it feels like to have done those things, in addition to the transitions that we've experienced, what we're hearing anecdotally about student needs, what we are hearing from our staff about their needs and their wellness. I think the way it makes me think about this is, in this moment, is this one thing the thing, or do we need to take a look at a bigger thing and figure out where we are, where kids are? We're in a different place than we were in 2019. We've experienced a pandemic. We've experienced learning loss. We've experienced a lot that make me think differently than I did certainly in 2019 about the issue of wellness being a much more holistic perspective that we need to take. And so I think, there is definitely feedback around, this is, to give the feedback that is counter to this, is this isn't going to help me. This isn't going to make the difference for me. It's going to make it harder for me, because now the things I do after school are even harder to do because I don't have the time, or I'm just going to be up later. And I hear that student voice around that stress that students are feeling. I'm not saying that they won't understand. I mean, that we're trying to make it right for them, and we're trying to do the right thing for them, but how they're feeling in this moment and how families are feeling about this in this moment, sometimes I feel like are we, where are we, where are our students, and what feels good to me is figuring that out first, and then figuring out what's the right solution that holistically addresses that need.
Thank you. Okay, one last question on this. I've only been on the board for 18 months, I think. I'm I'm not really sure in the exact amount of time, but about a year and a half. So this is a different way than I've experienced in that year and a half that we've engaged the community and the staff. This is the first time that I've ever had an experience where I was talking to staff and talking to parents and talking to students at the same time. You've been here how long?
Doing math again. Over 10 years, 13 years, thanks
13
Denise.
years. A while.
We did.
Are you feeling that this is a different way than engaging? How have you felt about this engagement process as we've gone through?
I think I haven't seen us sort of engage like with this way in the different ways we've done it, the listen and learn sessions, the survey all at once, because I think it just brings like voice to survey data, right? It brings the experience to, what we might hear in an email and have that across the table dialogue. I think what I'm hearing is very helpful from staff feedback, from family feedback, and that feels different to me. It's not that we haven't been listening to voices, it was just a more dynamic way to engage that feels like it was more connected in my experience.
Thank you. Done.
I actually would like to propose a pause in the board questions, and I hope, Ms. LaPere, that this is fine from an agenda standpoint. We do have a number of students here. I think I had expected that we would get to the public comment session prior to 10:30, but we have not. And I wanted to know if we could let the students speak, and then we'll finish our board questions and then go on to public comment.
Sure, that sounds fine. I have 3 students that signed up, Joel, Ace, and Theo, if you want to come down.
Hi, everyone. It's late. It's 10:30. I have school tomorrow and the next day. And before I start, I want to note that I just wrote this in my English notebook that I brought to this meeting because I wanted to finish my work in time to savor the 6 hours of sleep I'm getting tonight. So I'm Joel Simon. I'm a sophomore at Lower Merion High School, and I'm a voice for students who want to see change. I really appreciate the board. We see that this survey that we've all been waiting on after pressure from all sides, we see that this community engagement process, which we haven't even focused on before, it's ending in a stalemate. But I just wanted to commend the board for paying attention to the science and respecting the science and making space for this, this community issue. I understand that we, the high school students, have not been as loud as we could have been in a situation that directly affects us. But I'm going to give you guys all the reason that I'm sure you have heard many times before, many Mondays before, is that we are tired and we're trying to do what is expected of us. This is one more change that we would have to adapt to, and as you guys saw on somewhere between slide 20 and 25, that we're very willing to make. We are not concerned with it at all, and we understand that it is the best thing for our physical and emotional health. We know that change is hard. We see that in this district. And we also see it, we see our reluctance to these changes in the results of the survey. And so today we ask for true movement rather than sticking to our fundamentally unhealthy guns. To the elementary school parents who are on the webinar and also in here with us who disagree with the swap, we do understand, the high schoolers understand, the timing requires inconvenient changes, but we also ask you, as the tired products of the district and its system, to think of what it will be like when your elementary schoolers are in high school, and they're starting their school day in the dark. I'm here applying my work on Isaac Newton, outside of school, to ask that we defy his findings and move into the future as a community of progression, rather than a community of inertia. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Good evening. I'm Ace Chotner. I live in Narberth and attend Ballackinwood. Over 1 month. As I stated in my previous comment in June, that's the amount of elapsed time that me and all of my classmates will each lose over all of high school if this fall 2023 proposed change does not happen. I understand that no change will be perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect, just better. And this change has been pending for 10 years. As math is my thing, I will give you some more numbers. Imagine there's 300 students a year, each losing 30 days over high school over 10 years. If you multiply that all together, you get 90,000 days, or 247 years worth of elapsed sleep lost since this decision started pending. And that's the conservative number. Won't you all, and us especially, sleep better every night if this change is put into effect? If you don't think so, then as a student and on behalf of all of my friends and peers, please make the right choice and make our high school experience one to cherish, not to dread. Now, as I reach the end of my comment, I'd like to end by restating that the change is in your hands, and if you make this decision, I will sleep much more secure knowing you made the choice to make our lives better and became a part of one of the biggest and most impactful changes in the history of our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Theo Prohaska, and I also live in Narberth. Tonight, I would like to talk about healthy start times for teenagers in the school district. I would like to show you a study that was done in Seattle about healthy start times. For the 2016-2017 school year, Seattle school districts made the switch from 7:50 start times to 8:45. The study showed that before the study, the average sleep time was between 6 and 7 hours for students. However, after the changes in start times, students were regularly exceeding 7 hours of sleep. The study also found an increase of grades of students, around a 5% increase, which can be the difference between an A and a B, which can be a very big deal in high school, and also a reduction in tardiness and absences. While these problems may not be as noticeable here for some people, they still exist in our high schools. As shown in the study, the simple solution for this is to simply push our high school start times back. While some of the plans may not be perfect, any change will be incredibly beneficial for the high schools in our district. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it for the students.
Terrific. Thank you very much for coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts. It is much appreciated. Welcome Ms. Schaefer back up to the podium, as I'm sure that there are probably more questions. Ms. Chirac.
Thank you, students, and sorry we waited until this time to let you speak. Thank you. Yeah. And also just want to thank you, Superintendent Schaefer. Not only is this a difficult issue if you're a sitting superintendent, but as an interim superintendent, just appreciate the work you've done and even taking this on and engaging us in this way.
Thank you.
A few questions I have. I think Mr. Weinstein left, but something that flagged for me is in the, there you are. It might be you, whoever wants to answer it. What stood out to me about the 3 districts that have implemented this change, there is at least a 30-minute, the high school day is 30 minutes less at the least and over an hour less at most. And so I'm wondering, what are the choice points of programming that we're keeping in our high school schedule to maintain currently a 7 and 10 hour day, and with the proposed schedule, a 6 hour and 50-minute day? Because it's beyond the required state requirement. So is it credit driven? Is it lunch and learn driven? Like, what are the choice points that are in our schedule? And you can come back to me if you want.
You're probably best positioned. I'm just defer to Mr. Weinstein because I think he's best positioned to talk about the schedule specifically. What I have suggested and what I heard from the exercise we've done to figure out the 20 minutes is that more would compromise the schedule as it exists, meaning it would cut into more academic time that's allotted for each period of the day. It could impact the lunch and learn. These are features of the schedule, as I understand it, that have been developed over time that the high schools feel benefit students. And so if we were going to make any more major changes in that, then we want to go back and really take a look at how we do that so we don't compromise those things that we have in the schedule. One other thing, it just reminded me of a point I wanted to make, because I know this came up as a concern, I believe, by our CSE, Committee for Special Education, related to cuts in time. Our delivery of service is based on an individual education plan, and we're required to provide FAPE. So any reduction that we've talked about, we will figure out a way to make sure that that's maintained no matter what reduction. So I apologize for that footnote, but I wanted to make sure I got it out because I know that was a concern that came out. Did you want to add to any of the schedule question?
Sure. The rotating schedule was referenced earlier. We have 6 sets meet out of 8. We frequently, Lunch and Learn, people visit us from all over, sometimes other states, but recently, within the last month, the Montgomery County Intermediate Unit came and all the local schools came to look at our schedule. We're really proud of our rotating schedule of 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. When we went to a hybrid schedule and we started doing schedules for the pandemic, we lost a significant amount of in-class time. So trying to operationalize 20 minutes of fewer instruction, we put 6 different options to our teachers. A lot of the concern is losing that instructional minutes. We think we can do it with 20 minutes, but starting to take further away from that in the way that our schedule runs now, which we really enjoy. We have people visit us to look at our schedule as well. It just, we don't find it. There's 2 of the schools that did that had some kind of asynchronous option. In thinking about the mental health, and we studied homework to a really broad level, in trying to create asynchronous opportunities, which we haven't spent a lot of time doing, it would appear to be that we would end up putting more work on students outside of the school day, which we've been really intentional about not doing. So those are some of the variables that we looked into so far.
Got it. Thank you so much. As a roster chair at heart, it's not lost on me the complexity. I did just want to bring up, it might be helpful from a high schooler perspective, student perspective, if we were able to operationalize this with a shorter day, what that would mean, because the districts that have been able to do this also have a markedly shorter schedule. And so just wanted to lift that up to the community as a point for us to continue to discuss, because they're trade-offs, right?
I do think it's worth looking into. That article I referenced, the superintendent talked about those 2 schools that did that, and not many people finding it viable to do. It doesn't mean that it's not doable. I'm open to innovation and looking at that differently, but not a lot of, there hasn't been a critical mass of schools that have done that for the same concerns that we have.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure.
I'm sorry, could you say, what schools did it? What schools have had these 2?
From my understanding right now, Garnet Valley has done it with the schedule, and Upper Darby.
And Upper Darby. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
So, can I keep going? Okay. So in attending sessions, it was really great to hear from elementary, high school, middle school teachers, elementary, high school staff. I think I'm switching more to Megan now. Thank you. And what really resonated in a lot of the elementary teachers' comments was the number of schedule changes, specifically over the last 3 years, that have been experienced at the elementary and middle school level. And that the district's plan doesn't really allow for a stabilization of the learning environment, which draws to a lot of data of what is being called for intervention in our schools across the country post-pandemic. So I'm wondering, as the superintendent, how has administration thought about how the district would work to stabilize the learning environment for our students and for our staff who have been doing this?
We've had a lot of change since 2019. We've talked about remote learning, hybrid learning, the reimagining the K-4 schedule, as well as the shift from not just the schedule of the day, but taking 5th grade out of, the elementary school, and that what that change looked like, because that shifted staff in different ways. We're living that now. This is the first year of operationalizing that. So that you say that does not surprise me, that staff feel unsettled, because it has been a lot of change. I think one of the things that we talked about is, being communicative, talking about what's ahead, what's the plan, what's the next plan. We know full-day kindergarten is something that we're working hard on too, which will have an impact on the elementaries and how they do at their schedule, because we have to build in additional special time. Like, there's just going to be a different flow of the day with a full-day kindergarten, and we're going to get a chance to talk about that sometime, I think, in the future, what that's going to look like. But I think we haven't had a normal year in a few years, and so this would be another shift for that team for sure.
And then another thing that I heard across K through 12 teachers was that because of the proposed shift in the schedule, they would no longer be able to be sponsors or facilitate extracurricular learning opportunities, many of which were referenced in Principal Stout's presentation and other opportunities that are available now. Does the district intend to continue to offer these opportunities through outside staffing arrangements, or would those opportunities no longer be available if our current teaching staff does not sign up to do them?
So if our current teaching staff does not sign up for opportunities, which sometimes happens now, we do seek to find sponsorship outside of our current staff. So that does happen as a practice. One thing that when I talked about, getting ready for a change, really getting a sense of how the impact, the staff impact, that would be a question we would ask, which we did with the transition, the K-8 transition. If this is going to be an impact for you, why? Is there something we can do to accommodate you? Is this going to be an impact for you participating or not participating as a sponsor? Because sometimes what we find is there might be someone that is now interested in doing something that they weren't previously able to do because of the schedule. So I do hear that, and so I think there will likely be an impact. We just don't know what that would look like. And again, that factor of time is really important to try to do that with as much or as little disruption as possible.
In hearing from parents specifically at multiple sessions, the concern was brought up that the proposed schedule, specifically in elementary, disproportionately impacts families from lower socioeconomic status, single-family homes, homes with multiple working caregivers. How does the district believe that the current proposal aligns with our district commitment to equity and anti-racism?
So part of, I'm going to answer it in part because I don't know that I have a full, complete answer to that question yet, because I think some of the data we're getting is helping us clarify what those impacts are. We did shift knowing that what we heard with that modified reorder that was earlier proposed, that might create burdens on families that need older children to provide care, for example, in the afternoon. So we knew that was potentially an equity concern for us. So this proposal, though obviously has other challenges, was designed to meet that need. That doesn't mean that there aren't other trade-offs that we're hearing and need to learn more about, for sure. I know that early morning time and the finding coverage for that time has been one of those identified concerns that we're still working to see what kind of support we can make available, if possible, with staff coverage.
And recognizing that academic data is not the only indicator of student outcomes, and pulling back to the last presentation we did at Dr. Merian's last board meeting that presented the academic data post-COVID that highlighted concerns across all grade levels, but specifically in elementary and middle school. How, as we're thinking of supports and thinking about all the interventions that may be needed to support our students moving forward, given the experience of the last 3 years, how does this specifically support that plan or that objective of the district?
So looking at it from an elementary lens, I think what we're hearing across the board from families, but importantly from staff who are seeing what's happening in classrooms and they're concerns that that length of day, while not extending the 10 minutes, but where it falls in the day is of concern. And I think we need to pay attention to those voices. And when you layer in the concerns of that pandemic impact, the question I have, and it's just a question now, are we compounding that? So I think that's, a real question we need to wrestle with and say, what is that impact, and are we doing something for good reason, but is making something else, is it throwing something else into jeopardy because of that? Is there a trade-off?
And finally, because my fourth grader Tova at Kenwood will kill me if I don't ask, her flag was for the kids that eat early lunch and then don't get home until much later, post 4, will you be providing a snack to the elementary students?
What does she want?
I do think it's a valid point on the elementary side with the scheduling piece.
Snack is important, recess is important. So those are definitely things that are on our mind. As you get down in the details, you forget, like, oh, that's actually one more thing we need to think about.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Schaffmeister?
I'll try to make them quick too. I'm wondering about when attending the sessions. I noticed there was it varied on how much research people had done before on this issue, and I wondered for the teachers, were they all given a baseline to understand why this change is being requested for high school students?
We've shared information with them around the why that I've explained here tonight. We've given them access to those resources. We've talked about wellness holistically with staff. Was there a particular resource that you were?
No,
citing?
I was just wondering if that everybody was given the opportunity to be educated in this before making considerations. Thanks.
Yep.
And then I'm
Yes.
also wondering about how much you're in touch with other districts who are in the Central League. The way you sometimes you just sit around looking at each other going, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Is there a lot of talk about doing it, but nobody's making the first move, and that there will be a domino effect that will be allowed, that things more aligned with Central League sports that do for a later time?
So I can use like Montgomery County as an example. There are some other districts that, I sit in with the superintendents who are working through this at that level, at the Central League level. I can't speak to like a specific ongoing conversations around this, like who's going to go first. I don't know honestly what the energy is in other districts that haven't made at least an initial move. That's just my perspective though, so.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And then another thing is for the elementary schools, they currently get out at 3:30, then they usually have about 10 minutes, and then that's usually they have an hour then of clubs after school if those kids who participate. With the school getting out at
4:05?
Yeah, that would mean it would be hard for clubs to happen after school. Is there a look to opening up for clubs so before school starts then?
I think there's been some conversations about that. Again, that's sort of, it's some of the, if you're talking about school-sponsored clubs, correct?
Yes, yeah. I think
so,
usually those used to be HSA driven, and I don't know if they still are.
There's some that are, and then there's some clubs and opportunities that are school-sponsored. I'm just looking to see if we've had some conversation, but not really landed specifically on a whether we have the ability to do that or not, but certainly it's on our minds as, okay, if we can't, push out an activity to 5 or 5:30 at night, is there an opportunity to do that in the morning? And what access, so we do have late runs, is that what, I didn't know if that's what, we do have late runs that accommodate some of those activities for elementary. It would be probably a lot more challenging to be able to do that in the morning in service of giving students access to those opportunities before school. That's just my guess based on the transportation challenges.
Yeah, and that's what I've been thinking about. I'm like, if every school had like a 10-passenger van or two, is there an option for something like that? I'm not saying you have to give me an answer on this, but it's something out of the box and think about that. You don't need a CDL license. It could be a stipend to somebody, a staff member work there, and it would be something that would be there to provide the equity when needed for transportation. The other thing I'm thinking about is too that Curry I mentioned previously about like it's getting this timing between each smaller. And I hear a lot of talk about just getting more buses, but what sitting in the meetings, I heard a lot more talk about like, let's think out of the box, let's think of solutions that don't cost as much, like walking buses that are more formalized, that there's students who are driven to school because they're on the other side of a street that they can't, it's too dangerous to cross. With a walking bus that would take them off the bus route. Other districts opt out. You have opt-out procedures. Can we consider that? I know driving past most schools, and I was one of them, I was in the car line every day. So I would have gladly opted out to give my space. Combining of private school buses where they are, so the buses are more efficient in routes. Can we combine some of them? I mean, those are the things I'm wondering, are we considering like out of the box thinking for what we can consider? So I'm not looking for answers, just things bringing to head. I mean, and the last thing I would like to see us do is like that last student who spoke, talked to the Seattle-based study on their, and the evidence showed how there was less tardy days and less tardy and less school missed, days missed. And I think we need to balance those type of percentages against how much would be missed for after-school activities such as sports. So something that, I think that's something we need to think about. Okay?
Yep. And just to, I know you didn't expect a response, but just some of the questions that you posed around transportation, I know that we've definitely wrestled with some of those options, like how can we be more creative? Again, I'm going to make a plug for Mr. Bilsons to provide one of his presentations to, inform the community again of what those challenges are. I know right now, they're very strategic about how many students they assign to a run, knowing that some aren't on a run. And so it's a little bit of that, I'm sorry I'm stealing his thunder, but I'm going to say it. It's as much an art as it is a science. So as much as you schedule and try to whittle it down, you have to be very flexible and creative on a daily basis with regard to some of the things that he already talked about, but just also knowing, we have an obligation to provide a seat for a student if they meet the criteria for who would be eligible for transportation. And so I think they do a lot of creative things, and I think an opportunity for them to showcase again some of those strategies they do use. But also hearing some new ideas is always important to add to the conversation.
Okay, I appreciate all the work you're doing. Thank you.
This was talked about prior meetings a couple of years ago, but a prior administration also engaged with consultants and MIT to try to improve our route efficiency. Basically they told us that there wasn't a lot of room for optimization, and that the districts that have improved route optimization, generally the biggest tool they have in their basket is for parents to opt in and out the day of. which would make your pickup times variable. That's really the big lever we can pull for route optimization.
So I was just going to note earlier, I find it interesting so that at Merion Elementary, a lot of the programming is after school, whereas at Penn Valley, and granted it's been a few years since I had someone at Penn Valley, but most of the programming that was provided was before school. So I think that there is some history there in terms of looking at different opportunities and various options there. I think we are good with board questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Schaefer. You're off the clock. Well, not quite. Off the stage, I should say. So thank you for those that are still here. So at this time, Ms. Lapera will open the chat feature, and you'll see a 10-minute timer appear on your screen if you're watching from home. You can submit your comments and or questions via the chat feature. Please be sure, whether you're speaking in person or using the chat feature, to please use your full name and where you reside within the district. It's important in order for your comment to be shared. So Ms. Lapera, do we have any in-person comments for tonight's meeting?
Yes, we do. Mike Salinson, Indira, Michelle Vessel, and Jamie Stretch, then Lisa Prosnitz.
Mike Salinson from Narberth. You all know me. You know my views on start times. I've been coming to board meetings since 1999. We've been talking about start times since just about then. So we've been talking about this for 25 years. We could be talking about this for another 25 years and still never get to the perfect solution that Ms. Garrison would like us to find, because it just doesn't exist. I think the slides make it clear. If you look at the overall slides, it's I would call it a draw in terms of which, whether elementary school or middle school should go first. But I think it's pretty clear that high school has to move. I have no dog left in this fight. My daughter is graduating in June, and I could just as easily be at home in bed playing Candy Crush. But I'm here because it's really, I feel very strongly it's the right thing to do to try and push you to the finish line and pass something that allows the high school students to get the sleep that they so desperately need. Some of you know I'm a theater person, and Principal Stout is, I'm going to make a plug for Newsies. And Newsies, the hymn in Newsies starts out as the following. It's the surf fight song. And the line is, "Open the gates and seize the day. Don't be afraid and don't delay." I think it is a perfect sign that is exactly, the kids from Newsies know you got to seize something and seize the day, carpe diem, and I think this is the time for carpe diem, and I look forward to your vote next week when you take the theme from Newsies to heart, seize the day, don't be afraid, and don't delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson.
Thank you. My name is Indira. I'm a sleep specialist at Penn. I have 2 children, one who graduated and is now a sophomore in college, and I have a rising high school freshman. I just want to point out...
Could you share where in the district you live? Sorry.
The district in Bryn Mawr. I just want to point out that today is the first work day of daylight saving time, and we got what it feels like to wake up and curse the darkness, curse our alarm clocks, and then get to work an hour earlier than what our body tells us that we're ready for. And our poor teenage kids, for them it felt like 6:30 when they were expected to be in class. We only got a tiny taste of their misery. They're behind in their sleep on an average of 1.5 to 4 hours a day on every weekday, and they're doing their best to catch up on weekends. It's just not a healthy sleep pattern. There was a school survey that was district-wide that was implemented in 2015 that was sent out to all the high school kids right after graduation. Only 3% were getting the adequate sleep they needed, and that's in our district. And the average duration was very similar to national reports, which was about 6.5 hours a night. You should look at the comments. It's on the website. I stopped coming to school as much because I sleep in. It's hard to wake up in the morning. It's hard to focus when I'm so tired. I'm running on so few hours of sleep. I dread the morning because I have to get up. When I wake up, I look forward only to going back to sleep the next night. And if you count the number of times words like fatigue, I can't focus, I'm exhausted, it's hundreds of times in these comments. And so the effort that you put into this and the way you shared all these logistics, I just want to pause and not step over the fact that what you have done is really heroic. It is heroic what you have done. Perfect is impossible to achieve, but your plan is good. No school before 8. Many families did not want their youngest kids to go first. You achieved that. They wanted those young kids to get more sleep. You achieved that. The cascade effect that Mr. Wilson talked about with timely busing, not having elementary go first, you achieved that. The least disruption to current middle school and elementary school, you achieved that. You even shortened the school day. You got high school past that 8:30, where we would be the first in the region to do that. That's amazing. And it's normal and expected that disruption and change can cause anticipatory anxiety. But the vast majority of districts that did this, people liked it after the change, and all those complaints actually disappeared in over 95% of the time. I've never heard so much creative thinking about this problem as I did today, with all of these great suggestions coming out. Put that creativity to work. You have a great proposal. Please vote for it to be implemented this fall. Put that creativity to work. Make it happen. It's about time. It's about time.
Thank you.
Michelle. Hi, I'm Michelle Vessel from Gladwin. I have 3 kids in the district. I have a son, a 9th grader at Harriton, and he is involved in fall and spring sports. I have a 7th grade daughter at Black Rock, and I have a 5th grade son at Black Rock who eats lunch currently at 10:30. I'm here tonight to ask the board to please vote yes for this proposal, even though it is not the most ideal schedule, but because the answer Megan Shaver said was we would not be able to implement a change at all if we were to flip it. So I'm asking you to please vote yes and make this change for the school year of 2023 and 24. As a mother with children in this district, I understand the challenges and difficulties that come with making this significant change. I also know that this change is very long overdue, and it's time we need to take action. I know the struggles that students face when they don't get enough sleep or have to start school too early in the morning. I also understand the benefits of a later school start time, and we can't ignore the research that supports this change. I'm aware that the board will never be able to please everyone, and there will always be those who have a different point of view or try to solve the problem on their own, and all of the challenges that we currently have to make any plan ideal. However, we can't let this discourage us from making a necessary change that will benefit our children. Change is a process, and we must take the first step to make a difference. We must not wait for the ideal schedule, but rather take the best compromise and what we can do now and work to improve it as we move forward. The fact that the school district has had committees, hired companies, sent surveys to community members and students shows that this proposal was not made on a whim, but rather was well thought out and well researched. And at the end, I just want to thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on this matter. I hope that the school board will take them into consideration when making their decision. The well-being of our students is the utmost of importance, and a later school start time for high school students is a step in the right direction while we continue to perfect the schedule to give elementary and middle school students the best schedule for them as well. So please vote yes and continue to tweak it so we can keep making it better and better for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vessel.
Good evening, all. I guess almost good night. So my name is James Stretch. I have 2 children in the district. I live in Penn Valley. My oldest will be going to Welsh Valley next year. My youngest is in Penn Valley. My oldest is special needs. And I will be dealing with an hour 20 difference between the 2 of them next year, and that will be the case for 2 years. That's just untenable. There's really no way to handle it, especially when I'm the caregiver in the morning and the afternoon for picking up both of them on top of my career. That's my personal situation. I'm going to address 3 key items that I actually stood here in late 2019, 2020 that I brought up previously then. I'm glad to see that one of them has been taken very seriously. the issue with busing and transportations. In answer to the question you posed earlier, it would cost about $3 million to hire the additional bus drivers if those resources were available based on average salary. One of the things I brought up at the time that I don't believe has been explored is utilizing the resources in our neighboring city of Philadelphia, where we have licensed individuals who can operate buses from both the police, fire, and streets department. Many of them have the necessary clearances, and they actually want to do those jobs as full or part-time with no overtime being taken from existing employees, because they want the Social Security benefit growth and they want the options. Second thing that was brought up was about the sports and after-school activities. One of the things that came up here is we were talking about sports. When you add in things such as the arts and theater, where we are right now, about 50% of all students are participating in that in high school. So the busing situation is a real problem for the late runs. In order to close that, they mentioned they needed about 65 additional drivers. That goes back to the original thing. But one of the other things that was mentioned from the athletic director was, how are we going to deal with sports starting later and sunlight, specifically in the fall, which will be a real problem. I've lived in the district my entire life. I am 43. Arnold Field still has no lights on it. 43 years, and this was going on before I was born. That is not going to be something that's going to get addressed. It still hasn't been, and that is going to provide another problem for the health and well-being of our children later on. Lastly, I come to what was my biggest concern that I mentioned earlier. In all the data I have seen, and if there is something I had missed, I would love to have it shared with me. I have not seen comprehensive data in any of these studies that address the ADA, the needs of special needs parents, the needs of those children with IEPs who suffer from severe sleep issues to begin with. My autistic son will not go to bed before 11 or 12 o'clock at night, ever. And this is an improvement over when it was 1 and 2 a.m. This is a problem for numerous young people with disabilities that affect that. If we are not protecting those who are most vulnerable in our community, I have larger concerns about what we are looking at. As you can guess, I'm not really in favor of this current policy. I know there's going to be some kind of change, but I would certainly like more consideration put into it before it is done. I thank you for the time. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
Lisa Prosnitz, then we have Renee Tobin, Marty Bowenkamp, and Jeff Given.
So let's stay there. Okay. Lisa Prosnitz, Penn Valley. It's been a long road. I want to thank each of you, our school board and administration, for looking to solve what has been a long-standing problem in our community and beyond, adolescent health. What is there? Sorry, I lost my place. It's true that changing start times will not be a panacea, but is there one single person in this room who does not feel better, think clearer, perform more productively when they get adequate sleep? How is everyone doing after losing an hour of sleep on Sunday? Waking up in the dark this morning? Staying here late tonight? I know that there are real concerns, but the onus is on you, our school board, to listen to the strong evidence that supports this change in start times for our high school students with minimal disruption to our other schools. Let's not forget that California passed legislation mandating middle school starting after 8, high school after 8:30. In 9 states across both political parties are addressing start times. This includes Texas, New York, Florida, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New Mexico, and Oregon. This is not a partisan issue, but a health one. The Pennsylvania State Report, which our very own transportation director, Aldous Filson, helped write, says, the response that garners the most attention has the greatest potential to impact large numbers of students at the same time and has been endorsed by numerous professional organizations is delaying secondary start times. Change is hard, very hard, but let us remember why we are here. Anxiety and depression, horrible self-harming behaviors, drowsy driving, late arrivals, obesity, risk-taking behaviors. We want to nurture our children in the best environment to help avoid these struggles. And not only are we helping our kids avoid these issues with later start times, but we're giving them opportunities for better academic performance, improved athletic performance, less injuries, fewer concussions, better attendance, more productivity. And maybe some of the physicians here can address the long-term harms that we're now learning we cause. It's not just a rough 4 years that we all survived, so they can too. We're not giving our high schoolers, the same children we held in our arms as babies, who are not yet physically or emotionally mature, the opportunity to get a decent night of rest. And we know from other studies and research that in spite of their concerns, they will get more sleep. Do you know what it's called when an institution prohibits an individual from getting sleep night after night? It's torture. To those of you who say that sleep isn't the single issue, you're right. There are other issues, other choices we make that affect the stress levels of our kids. Homework, extracurriculars, social media, for example. But add to it gun violence, global warming, and a pandemic. Who has the mental time to process this? I don't, and I especially don't without sleep. I want to thank you all for your time and dedication. We are all here because we love our children and we want to be proud of our school district and community. I ask that you grant our children, and that's why they are still here, that's what they still are, that you grant our children sleep for the fall of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brosnitz.
Good evening. I'm Renee Tobin. I live in Bryn Mawr, and I'm a parent of a Black Rock middle schooler. I'm here once again to state my strong support for voting yes for the current Healthy Starts Time proposal. I again want to start by thanking you. Thank you for all the effort you've put in and the grief that you've taken. Change is hard, and so it's not surprising that a proposal like this elicits strong reactions. We saw that in 2019. Indeed, this issue has been brought forward all the way back to 1999. This effort to change start times has not been made in haste or without years of consideration. It's not a new issue, and it's time to take action. I recently learned that until 2013 to 2014 academic year, elementary schools in Lower Merion started at 9:10, which is only a 10-minute difference from the current proposal. The middle school is proposed to move by only 15 minutes. These minor changes in start times for elementary school and middle school would allow the district to address the long-standing threat to the mental health of our high schoolers by offering more than an extra hour of sleep per night. Sleep that reduces all sorts of risks. The science is clear that action is imperative. I was heartened to recently hear so many elementary parents agreeing that start times for high school must be changed. The current proposal offers a K-12 solution that alters elementary school and middle school schedules by minutes to prevent our high schools from boarding buses before 6:30 a.m. No children should be getting up that early. This evening, I noticed a potential way to greatly reduce some of the biggest obstacles to implementation. That is, if we shrank the school day for all children, the end of the day issues for elementary school fatigue and high school student athletes would be eliminated. I did a quick calculation, and if my math is right, it would add only 5 days to the school year to cut the school day for everyone by a half hour. I think I heard the Harriton principal state that there are 6 sets in a day, so shaving 5 minutes per set per day would accomplish this goal. It's worth considering this idea into the current proposal. Importantly, the instructional time would not be lost because the time would be picked up in those extra 5 days, and it would allow a both a meaningful change to start times now and a workable solution for all students. Either way, I urge you to vote yes to this proposal. It's about time.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin.
Marty, then Jeff, then Lori Fransky, and Ursulia Lazar.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears and go back to the fields issue. Myself, Jeff, and Lori are all with the...
Can you please
Laura,
say your name?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My name's Marty Bonenkamp, and I live in Narberth. We're all with the Little League Board, so we wanted to come and to speak to the need for fields. I have kids at Harriton, Welsh Valley, and Belmont Hills, and have been coaching them in Little League and their friends 2 or 3 teams a year at a time. For the better part of the last decade, I've practiced on nearly every parcel of land available for baseball and softball in Lower Merion, many which weren't really meant to serve that purpose, but we made it work. I practiced at Penn Valley, where there's field situation on either corner, with my 13-year-olds launching balls toward the softball at the other end, and the Lower Merion ultimate team practicing in between the two. I've tried to corral my 8 and 9-year-olds at Vernon Young and McMorrin behind the backstops, where while the middle school teams were playing on the opposite corner, and we would start practice 20 or 30 minutes late because those games would run long. Last year, my 8 and 9-year-old softball team was at the polo field on the softball field, and we were sharing that with another team because there weren't enough fields available to accommodate each of us to have our own. So there were 24 girls out there trying to share a softball field, 2 different teams, coaches trying to accomplish different goals for whatever their kids needed. All the while, the Lower Merion Soccer Club teams are practicing around us. It's all very distracting. So in almost this last decade of coaching Little League, Jeff will share some of the numbers. The league has grown tremendously, and there aren't enough fields now to conduct what really is a productive practice. And those 24 girls that start coming at the beginning, as you're less able to focus on them and trying just to corral 24 girls, they stop coming. And by the end of the year, you can get your arms around the 5 or 6 that are still coming because they just haven't had a good experience. And now that the Black Rock Middle School team is going to be practicing and using that field for games, we're going to have the same experience we've had at Vernon Young and McMorrin, where we're going to show up ready to practice and we're not going to be able to because there's going to be games potentially still going on. So I just want to advocate we could definitely use more fields if that's a question. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Given, live in Ballackinwood. I have 3 children, 2 at BC, 1 at Kinwood. I've been in the district myself for over a decade. My wife has lived here for her entire life. Growing up, as like Marty said, we all worked together here with the Lower Merion Little League. I've been on a ball field in one form or another since probably I was in diapers following my brothers around. And I can tell you that I've been coaching since I was 15. I'm 47 now, so 30 plus years coaching kids and reaping the benefits from all of that. As Marty said, I basically head up the Little League with Wally Orlov, who's not able to be here tonight. To put things in perspective, as far as numbers, we have 1,700 players right now signed up for our Little League this year. Right, that's 150 teams playing on. Right now, we have 30 fields, but of those 30 fields, we are renting somewhere between 7 or 8 of them from other schools, whether it's Friends Central. We're spending real money to be able to rent those fields because the district doesn't have enough fields, whether it's the district or the township as a whole. In the fall, so that's just the spring, in the fall we have 800 players, over 70 teams. Over that, right, those 1,700 players, over half of them are in 2nd grade or younger. So the problem that you're going to face is not only now, it's going to be in the future now, because if you think about those numbers, 800 of them in grade levels. That equates to about 25% of your total student body in K through 8. All right, so 25% of your total student body is just playing baseball. That doesn't include any of the other lacrosse or any of those other sports. The 3 middle schools each have 4 teams if everything's going the way it should be. Those teams are practicing on sharing fields like Marty said. So now you've got 30 students practicing on one field. That's not safe, right? Balls are flying, things are doing those things. Realistically, there needs to be more fields. Again, our league service that we spend money in we spent over $20,000 last year just to rent fields from outside folk. We've put somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000 between the township and the school district fields just for improvement so we can continue to play. So the money is real that we're spending here in the community and doing those things. I can see that I'm on the pitch clock and my time is short here. But the need for sports is not just baseball, it's across all sports, okay? And we understand that there's issues about the environment, lights, not in my neighborhood, and you're trying to balance all those things, okay? And no one right answer is perfect, but there is a need for it. And it helps our children being healthy, working out their differences, keeping their eyes off of screens, okay? My family in the past and the present, we've laughed on fields, we've cried on fields, made lifelong friends. I think we should offer the same to our younger generation for those to come. So I appreciate your time, and please just consider, we don't know what the right answer is, but there needs to be more fields in some way. You can park the buses there maybe during the day, and then we can go play them in the afternoon, all right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Fransky, and I'm the third musketeer of this trio here. I live in Gladwin, and I'm a parent of a child currently at Black Rock, with 2 more who will be there in a blink of an eye. I am a youth baseball coach and a board member of Lower Merion Little League. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I am not here to debate the merits of trees or for or against the protection of natural spaces in our community. I am an advocate for natural lands. But having coached youth baseball in this township for 5 years, I am also a passionate supporter for the power and possibility that sports brings to the lives of our young people. The merits of playing sports are well known, and they were shared earlier. It improves endurance, builds character, boosts self-esteem, it teaches discipline, builds confidence, teaches time management, decision-making, and how to operate under pressure. It is well known that children who participate in sports are less likely to drop out of school and become involved in drugs and alcohol. Repeated research has also shown that girls who play team sports are consistently better academically and have increased body image self-esteem and improved physical and mental health. In fact, some studies even suggest that girls reap greater rewards than boys do when they play team sports. And that is why I'm here today, advocating for our kids. And since the early 1970s, when Title IX was enacted, girls' participation in high school sports in the US has grown from fewer than 300,000 to over 3.2 million. And that's just from last year. And that's just high school. Lower Merion Little League, as you heard, has over 1,700 kids set to play this spring, an increase of 70% over just 5 years ago. And our fall league participation has grown by over 370% in the same period of time. And we have broadened access to a wider range of participants, girls in particular. And the need for more fields is not going away. As populations increase, they bring enrollment increases as well, the very reason you built the new school in the first place. And school teams and other leagues, like the Little League, all need space to play. We are at 100% capacity for fields during the weeknights. This year we are putting kids on waiting lists for the first time, and we're already asking teams to share fields for practices. And with all those well-known benefits and such a great need, I can't think of any other reason that we don't do everything in our power to provide fields on which to play. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For Thalia, Jamie Singer, Rami Khalil, and then Michelle Carson. Not here? Not here? Okay, so we don't have Thalia. No Jamie Singer. Rami. Michelle Carson, then Ezra Wood, Isabella Prosnitz, Frank. Which one? Oh, there you go. Yep.
Sorry. So my name is Rami Khalil. I'm sure some of you have heard from me already. I am from Kinwood. I have a second grader and a one in Montessori, so they'll be in first grade in the next couple of years. I just wanted to point out a couple of things from earlier that probably didn't have a chance to be pointed out. Flaws in the survey. Incoming parents weren't able to access the survey, so we heard from a lot of parents that have kids that are entering first grade who weren't able to participate. Also, elementary school students weren't able to participate, even though my second grader would have some say in leaving at 4 o'clock. It also mentioned that there would be some disruption post-COVID, and there would be a lot of disruption on one of the slides, but I don't think it's disruption. I think it's more of exacerbating a deficiency that's been happening over the last 2 years. So we already know, all the studies show that COVID has put all our kids back. right? Some of the studies are showing that these kids are going to take up to 8 years, right, to catch up on some of the losses. That's already being behind the 8 ball. Now, this proposal, and I haven't even heard this addressed at all tonight, takes a percentage of the elementary school students' day, which all teachers are saying is less productive time, and you're increasing that less productive time. So let's say, for example, if they were to go first, only about 25 to 30% of their day would fall outside of what pediatricians say is the optimal learning time for elementary school kids. That's acceptable because the day has to be longer than their optimal time window, so you're going to have some time that falls under less productive. This change increases that percentage from less productive 30% to somewhere around 45%. That's in addition to what they've already lost these last couple of years for COVID. I think that's exacerbating an already bad situation. This isn't about, oh, this is inconvenient, oh, this is disruptive. This is about the smallest, most vulnerable children in our district not being factored into this proposal. It's not a slight 10 minutes here, 30 minutes there. It's comprehensive. They're already starting at a slot that probably doesn't make sense based on their optimal times. So saying that it's only 10 minutes in the wrong direction actually further exacerbates a bad situation. Your elementary school teachers said they would leave the district. I saw that on one of the slides, that many of them would leave the districts. I believe that elementary school teachers are the reason why the district's brand is just so well known and such a strong brand. Last thing I'll say is
Thank you very much. Thank you.
your 8:30 time does not give middle schoolers optimal sleep. This proposal doesn't give it to your
Mr. Wood.
Michelle.
I've got the mic, all right.
Is Michelle Carson here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I just want to check. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no. Are you Michelle? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Michelle Carson. I'm from Narberth. I've been in the school district since my kids were born in 2003. I've had 2 boys graduate from Harriton, and I have my 3rd son as a sophomore at Harriton. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. I appreciate the hard work that you are all doing. I encourage you, I know this is going to be a difficult decision. You're not going to make everybody happy, but we appreciate your time and your attention to this. I've witnessed firsthand the impact that early school start times have had on my children. They've been in the district the whole time, so I do have the perspective of the younger age and the older age. My son was here for an hour and a half. He wanted to address you, but had homework to do and an early start time tomorrow. So I promised him I would stay till the end to give his voice. Our kids are exhausted. They're having difficulty winding down to go to sleep. I had the shock of a parent-teacher conference. My kids are all student athletes and high achievers, of having teachers report to me that my kids are falling asleep in school. And that's something I never thought I would hear. Their entire schedule is thrown off. My 10th grader is up at 5:50 a.m. to catch a 6:40 bus that gets him to school 30 minutes before his first class. He eats lunch at 10:30 a.m. He is exhausted, and he has to dig into homework for several hours in addition to juggling sports commitments, academic clubs, and extracurriculars. And he asked me to also add that it's going to be really tough being focused and driving in the morning if he is granted a parking spot. Simply put, this proposal is a good one. And you've had the benefit of a lot of experts giving you guidance. I really encourage you to listen to those experts. I don't think you're ever going to reach a full consensus. And I think it's the most humane thing for promoting learning. There's been a lot of research supporting this, many schools leading the way on this. The impact on adolescent health. The sleep deprivation is known to have physical, psychological, and educational impacts. There are no studies showing that early start times before 8 a.m. are a positive for our kids. There are plenty to support a start time after 8 or 8:30. Adolescents need 8 to 10 hours of sleep at night. There's no way for them to get that and be up at 6 a.m. to catch a bus. It just can't happen. This board has an opportunity to fix this problem, support the students, and promote the best possible learning environment. And again, I thank you for your time and the opportunity to be heard.
Hi, Ezra Wood, Merion Station. I'm here to express my support for the proposed new start times. I want to first touch on the high school sports issue and the complications with other high schools starting earlier. You know, let's not do this in spite of sports. Let's do it for sports. Let's do it for our athletes, because they need the sleep. You know, the student athletes especially need the sleep to prevent concussions and injuries that help them do better on the field too, and in the classroom. You know, let's not let the fact that other high schools still have unhealthy start times mean that we should keep our unhealthy start times. Like, let's be a leader and have them join us at Radnor. You know, this debate sometimes comes down to, well, high school versus elementary. It's better for them, worse for them. Who's getting screwed? It's better, you know, et cetera. And I don't think that's the right way of looking at this. You know, I like to consider a first grader who's about to start in the district and say, what are your possible futures? What scenarios are you looking at? And so currently, that's the current time the student starts first grade, middle school, elementary school at 9 o'clock, middle school 8:15, and then high school at 7:30. Right? And that final start time, like I've been saying, is very detrimental to mental health and other aspects. It's bad. It's really bad. Under the proposed plan, elementary would be 9:20 for this kid, not perfect. Then 8 o'clock middle school, not perfect. Then high school 8:40, major relief, major improvement, right? So for that same kid we're talking about who goes through which of these two paths does he go through, should go through, that second sequence, this proposed plan is much, much better. It's a major, major improvement. It's not perfect, but it's a major improvement for that kid. You know, 3.5 years ago, we had the 2019 plan. I thought it was pretty good, not perfect. It got shot down. We have this new proposal now, and I think it's good. Not perfect, but I think it's good. So let's please not let the pursuit of perfection get in the way of progress. Okay, let's make this happen for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Isabel Prosnitz, Frank Prohaska, Miriam Vinci, John Willis, Matthias Bassner.
Hi, I'm Isabel Prosnitz. I live in Penn Valley. I also, before I go, I just kind of want to say if anyone wants to stand up and stretch, this is a good time to do that. I'm feeling really happy to be standing. I have been in this district for a very long time. I graduated from Harriton High School last year. Before that, I was at Welsh Valley Middle School, and even before that, Penn Valley Elementary. Anyways, my mom, Lisa, has been advocating for this change for many, many years, and I think that the thing that finally got me on board with it was actually hearing from Radnor students about how their lives changed once the school start times changed. There was like a short little seminar that they did with some of the Radnor student council, and some of us went. And I went home that day and I actually cried about it because I was like, oh my God, the way that they describe their lives and the way that they feel after this change is crazy. I was a student athlete, I still am, and I ran cross country and track, so it was a year-round thing for me. And doing that, I get home at the end of the day exhausted, and I could barely get homework done. I would do it during lunch and learn, usually, day of or something. And that feeling of exhaustion is just like insane. And hearing these kids talk about it again, I mean, I'm really a kid myself, but hearing them talk about it again is like really bringing it back. Now that I'm in college, I'm waking up at 8 a.m. every day voluntarily. Like, I want to wake up early and get my day started and go to bed early. I want to do those things. but my high school schedule didn't really allow it. And I'm really, really hoping that any change is made towards pushing these school start times later. And regarding the elementary school start times, I grew up with a 9:10 elementary school start time. It worked pretty well. I had a really good experience. I treasured my elementary school teachers, I treasured my middle school teachers and my high school teachers, and I truly believe that what is best for everyone in this district is to have healthy school start times. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel.
All right, good evening. My name is Frank Prohaska. I live in Narberth. I have a student who goes here and another one that you might have heard from a little earlier this evening. I actually am a science high school teacher. I teach at Franklin Learning Center in the Philly district, and this is near and dear to my heart because I see it every single day. I have kids come in at 7:55 that I'm trying to teach chemistry to every morning. They are exhausted, and about a third of them aren't even there. They come in about 15, 20, 30 minutes late. They cannot keep up with the work I need to give them to do. Right now I'm trying to teach kids how to recognize different types of chemical reactions, and I just torture them through stoichiometry, so any of you that took high school chemistry and have PTSD from that, you can understand what my kids are going through right now. Unfortunately, we have to get this fixed. We need to go ahead and get that start time later. The Seattle study, by the way, that was mentioned from an equity perspective, one of the schools there, Franklin High School, which is a low-income school, when they started that change, the two key things that made a huge difference were increase in attendance and decrease in tardiness. They saw math and science scores go up significantly. We need to make that happen for our kids. I would love for this district to do it because the Philly district was supposed to start at 9 o'clock this year, and they chickened out. Don't chicken out. Set an example for them. So just to keep that in mind. From a health perspective, high school students, and I'm seeing it every single day, they are depressed, they are tired, they are suffering health problems from a lack of sleep. They do not operate on the same circadian rhythm as adults. They will not go to sleep before 11 o'clock no matter how hard you try to make them do it. They're going to be up late. They need to get that rest. They need it for long-term health. This year I'm teaching chemistry, but I also teach anatomy, physiology, and biology, and I can tell you the science doesn't lie. Those health problems, obesity, high risk of type 2 diabetes, those things will set in now. And as I often tell my kids in class, if you're going to build a building, you want to have the foundation laid correctly the first time, because trying to fix it later on is next to impossible. So let's get our kids the proper foundation, get them the sleep they need, and go ahead and make a decision that hopefully can set an example for other districts that need to step up and do the same thing. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Merion Posner-Vinci, and I have 4 children. I live in Bala-Cynwyd. I have 2 little ones at home, and then a 2nd and 4th grader at Cynwyd Elementary. So next year I'll have a middle schooler and an elementary child. While I'm in full support of healthy start times, I support healthy start times for all students. The existing proposal is counterintuitive and is only following the science for our high school students. It goes against the science for our middle schoolers and elementary students. Based on a petition asking the school board to vote no to this proposal, I know I am not alone in this sentiment. This petition has garnered almost 700 supporters and counting since it was created just 4 days ago. Many of these supporters are current elementary teachers with years of experience in the school district and see firsthand how difficult it is to teach their students and have them stay focused and attentive past 2 p.m. As you can see in the highlighted comments that were passed out earlier, they have said that these children are at optimal learning earlier in the morning And this is not surprising because it falls in line with the research out there stating that when it comes to academic subjects, our youngest learners are likely to do their best work first thing in the morning. As a school board, you are elected officials who are supposed to represent our entire student body. Because of such, it is your responsibility to make decisions that don't harm two groups of students to harness one. I urge you to put forward a recommendation to have elementary start first. In doing so, you'll be following the science across all age groups of students, no matter who goes second and third in the order. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
John Willis, Matthias Basner, Allie's like these people left. Barb Chotner, Tracy Bolton, and Kate Legge. Anybody? Going once, going twice. And then Amy Krimsky, then Amy Knorr, and Jordan Landau.
Hi, my name is Barbara Chotner. I'm a parent of a 6th and an 8th grader at Bella Middle School. I'm a resident of Narberth. My son Ace spoke eloquently at the June board meeting as he did earlier tonight. He is the reason why I am still here. I'm exhausted. Because as you know, our kids are up early in the morning. We are up early in the morning. This discussion has been going on for over a decade plus. I really do appreciate the hard work that has gone in to come up with a solution, and we thank you. Nothing is going to be perfect for everyone, but please don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. We need to implement this for the fall of 2023. For the sake of the children waking up and waiting outside in the dark, please make this change. As I woke up my 2 sleepy middle schoolers this morning at 6:45 for a 7:20 bus stop pickup, it is hard to imagine this scenario happening even earlier next year. Older kids will never get younger. For the younger kids, they will one day get older and appreciate this much-needed change. Children's mental and physical health should be a top priority. Wellness should lead this conversation. Let's get back to the science. Let's stop talking. Let's start implementing. Then things can get improved. Change is hard, but change is necessary. I strongly urge you to pass and say yes to the proposal next week for fall 2023. Time is of the essence, and the science is clear. Lastly, I asked my son if we should leave after he spoke. He said, "I'll sacrifice one night of sleep if I can save hundreds. Please listen to the children. They need sleep, and they are our future." Now I'm going to get him to bed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Kate Legge. I'm from Wynwood. I have one at Black Rock Middle School and one at Penn Wynne. I want to thank you for your hard work and standing before our firing squad. Change is hard and uncomfortable. There is no perfect answer. I support changing high school start times. While through this process I've expressed concerns about the current proposal and the why, for why this start time as opposed to the 2019, I'm thankful for tonight's meeting and the logistical explanations for why this plan works for the district right now. We can't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. That said, there were a couple clarifying points I have that I was just kind of curious on. Right now, we say that middle school starts at 8:15. If you ask my middle schooler, she says it starts at 8 o'clock. If I look at Power School, it says it starts at 8 o'clock. If you ask the parents on Facebook, most of them will say it starts at 8 o'clock. I think if we could just put out there why we say it starts at 8:15, but the kids all think it starts at 8, it would just be helpful in framing the process for them so they know what they're walking into. 2, a request that when hopefully this proposal passes, the actual extra 10 minutes in elementary school goes to a second PA time for the kids. To me, a lot of the concerns about elementary school could be alleviated if they had 3 recesses a day, 1 in the morning, 1 with lunch, and 1 in the afternoon. It gets their bodies moving, it gets their brains functioning, and takes away some of that long day feeling and lets them get back to working. And finally, I just want to express that looking at the results of the survey, it was clear to me how skewed the results are, because when you talk to elementary school parents, a lot of them, and middle school parents, when you have to answer it for your current child, you're going to express concerns with items the way you ask the questions, that you may still support a change for high schoolers while still expressing that this isn't ideal. So I would express support for my middle schooler, saying that they are going backwards 15 minutes. There is harm to my middle schooler in this change, which doesn't mean I don't support a change for the high schoolers. And so I just want to point that out, that the way you're going to interpret the data, it's not going to be a great, accurate representation of how parents feel. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten.
Amy Kremski, then Amy Noor, Jordan Landau, and then Esther Kim and Rich Rao.
Hi, my name is Tracy Bolton. I live in Haverford. Thank you all for your time, your energy, and your stamina. This has been a hard road, and I've only been involved a year and a half, and I'm exhausted. You know, as everyone has said, change is hard. We all know this, but just because something is hard doesn't mean you don't do it. And this is real. It will never, ever, ever be perfect. Every constituency will never have their need met. But right now, we have students, high schoolers, suffering. It may not be my student or your student, but they are students of this district, and they deserve to have immediate relief. These early start times are affecting behaviors. We all know that. I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm not rational. I do not make smart choices or the best choices when I am exhausted and irrational. And with our high schoolers, who I have so many influences and are so impressionable, they are not making always the best choices. They are making choices to alleviate stress, to alleviate anxiety, to alleviate pain that may be drugs, alcohol, or any number of things, self-harm, to alleviate the stress. My 14-year-old, when I'm trying to check her, did you do this? Did you go in power school? Are you ready? Mom, I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. Why can't we just start later? I can't answer that question for her because it's hard, but it is hard. It will be hard. And so my question to you, and board, and specifically Dr. Schaefer, because I think you called it out, of wanting more time to assess the teachers and how we make this different. How much time do we have, right? What cohort of students will get the benefit of this? There have been many, many cohorts of students who have gone through the system and have not gotten the benefit. And I'm so grateful to Lisa's daughter for sharing that conversation with the Radnor students. Change is uncertain, and uncertainty creates fear. But as those Radnor students were able to articulate and attest to, they have seen improvement. Their life is different. And so I suggest to you, all of us, entertain that life possibly will get better, that we will adapt, that we're smart, that we're resourceful, and that we can do this, and we can lead and be in the fourth quadrant and be the example as the chemistry teacher articulated to us. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of this work, but this is real. It really is. Help our students fall of 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton.
So I also want to thank the board. I've been involved with this issue. Oh, my name. Sorry, Amy Kremski. I'm from Ballackinwood. I have a current high schooler, a freshman at LM, and a freshman in college now. So this was the most robust conversation I've ever heard on this topic, and I've been involved with it for several years now. In fact, the last time I stood here was on this lectern, on this microphone, I've been in other rooms, was January 2020. And I remember there was even more conflicting opinions with the 2019 proposal. But one thing I think mostly everyone in this room has in common is that we're parents. And so if you're a parent, and if you've been a parent of an infant, you remember how exhausting those first few weeks and months were. We remember that feeling of sleep deprivation and exhaustion where it was hard to get through the day, and maybe we snapped at people and we were teary and emotional and we were impacted by that. And it wasn't until there was a good amount of sleep we could have that we could think more rationally. I want you to imagine that that's exactly what our high schoolers are feeling now, that level of exhaustion, being chronically sleep deprived in 4 of their most important developmental years. I mean, what happens between the ages of 14 and 18? Well, the academics get hard, real hard, right? Chemistry, calculus, they have physics, et cetera. The pressure to excel in the school, to get into college, it's nothing like it was when we went to college 20, 30 years ago. So already there's that intensity. They are learning to drive. They are feeling their ways socially, and they are starting to date. Very often, these are when people may get sexually active. They are exposed to alcohol and drugs for the first time, typically, and making decisions around that. This is also, as you've heard, where mental health decisions go on and start impacting them. You know, when I was standing here in January 2020, we couldn't have imagined what was coming. But what was happening is exactly what's happening in this room right now. And I was so disappointed hearing from some of the presentations in this podium from the administration, basically saying we're going to push this off again to do this, when we know we're doing harm. In the last 3 years, what did change is that we all got very familiar with the CDC, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association. You all decided to keep our kids home, learning remotely, learning virtually or hybrid for 1.5 years, to keep them separate at lunch, 6 feet from each other for almost 2 years, keep masks on for 2 years. Why? Because you followed the science. Suddenly, you're cherry picking the science? Suddenly, the science doesn't really matter when it's up against other obstacles? I think we all know what the right thing is to do here, and the right thing is to vote on what's right for healthy school start times. We need to get our high schoolers to get a good night of sleep, finally. Don't push this off again.
Amy Noor, Jordan Landau, Esther Kim, and Rich Thau.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for staying here so late. My name's Amy Noor. I live in Penn Valley. I have 3 kids who graduated from the district. My twins were in kindergarten in 1999 when the first group of parents came to this school board with Penn Sleep Medicine physicians presenting the scientific evidence supporting later high school start times. I didn't get involved at that time because I thought my kids are in kindergarten. High school's a long way off. Of course this issue is going to get resolved. And I actually had studied sleep science in college. So I understood it. It made sense to me. Well, they've long since graduated. Some went to grad school, but they have never slept as little as they did when they were in high school. I want to sincerely thank all of you for all of the work and time and effort you've put into this. This is not easy. I know it's been going on for years for many of you sitting up here, and I really, really appreciate it. I also appreciate that you listened to the community in 2019 and responded with this very good proposal, minimizing disruption at the middle and elementary school levels while moving high school a truly transformative 70 minutes later. I wanted to highlight the June 2015 high school survey mentioned earlier, the results of which would be likely strikingly similar today. The survey results were a goldmine of data, but due to a subsequent change in superintendent and senior staff, this data did not receive widespread recognition, so I wanted to mention some of it here. The data was consistent with national teen sleep research. Lmsb high school students' average amount of sleep on school nights was 6.5 hours, with only 3.6% getting adequate sleep, which was identified via the survey as 8.5 hours or more of sleep a night. Additionally, on 1 or more days a week, 17% of the high school students fell asleep in class, 64% had difficulty focusing in class due to sleepiness, and 43% napped after school. When asked to describe how, if at all, sleep patterns and amounts affected their high school experience, students listed the constant exhaustion, decreased focus and concentration, difficulty learning when tired, mood changes, feeling ill, and having less energy to learn and play sports. A quick sampling of student comments, because my time's running out. My mind does not function at 7:30 in the morning. I am in a constant state of sleep deprivation. Lack of sleep makes every single task twice as difficult and eats away at my energy, effort, and motivation. I feel miserable most of the time. Please implement the new proposed schedule for September 2023. As Dr. Judith Owen said when she spoke to our district in this very auditorium right here in March 2014, exactly 9 years ago, to do nothing is to do harm. Please do something for this fall. You are doing the right thing, and the time is now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Hello, Board. Jordan Landau from Wynwood, Pennsylvania. I have 3 kids, all of them right now at Penwen Elementary. My twin boys are in kindergarten. My daughter's in 4th grade. She'll be going to Black Rock next year. Again, as everyone has stated, there is no perfect, but I haven't heard this argument yet tonight. I have 2 household parents that work. I am a preschool teacher at Har Zion, and my wife works at University of Pennsylvania. And I have to be at work at 8:30 in the morning, and my wife has to be at work, let's say, at 9 o'clock. But the bus right now is supposed to come at 8:30, comes at like 8:40, and she's got to hightail it in. She pretty much doesn't take a lunch to cover the time that she's missing in the morning. I've waited 9 years to not pay for my children to go to school. I mean, I pay taxes in this community, but for them to go to preschool, I had to pay. I had to pay for wraparound kindergarten, and now I'm coming to this point, and I'm going to have to pay again because I can't. How are my kids going to get on a bus at 9 o'clock in the morning when I have to be at work and my wife has to be at work? And, unfortunately, we both have to work. And it's going to be very, very difficult for those 2 working household parents to find coverage. If Right at School would be paid for by the school district, lovely. I'll bring my children to you. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Esther Kim? Rich? You have to sign in. There you go. Is that Esther? Okay, you'll be, yes, please, thank you. Yep, and then,
Good evening. Hi, Esther Kim, live in Penn Valley. My son's an 11th grader at Harriton. Just want to throw something out there. I'm here about the start times. I looked something up tonight, and it looks like the school district is planning on spending $10 million or more on this property called Oakwell. I'll admit I don't know a lot about it, but right now, I understand that that property can benefit a small number of students, which is a soccer field for some kids in middle school. But right now, I think we've got bigger issues that we can spend that $10 million on, and that's busing. I think with this $10 million, that's more than enough to cover the cost of more buses. And I think we need more buses because everybody wants to have their kids start kind of at a better time rather than this tiered system. Even if we don't get 65 buses, maybe with $10 million, we can get like 40 buses. And it sounds like some parents are aware of people in the Philadelphia area who are willing to drive. Also, by the laws of economics, when you raise that salary, you're going to get more applicants, by the way. And also in terms of where buses are going to park, I've noticed that there's tons and tons and tons of empty spaces in commercial shopping lots like the Wynwood Shopping Center, and behind Staples, Narberth, there's this huge lot that's always empty. So I don't know if there's any possibility for like renting spaces in some of these lots, but again, with $10 million, instead of taking down Oakwell, leave Oakwell there, that all the students can enjoy, and spend that money so that all the students can actually have a better school time, since that's a lot more important, I think, at this point than maybe taking down Oakwell. Okay, next thing, worst case scenarios.
This is why I understand there's tons of issues here, and they're all important. This is why I think the sleep has to take priority. Worst case scenario, teens are under intense pressure, college applications, SATs, AP exams, a heavy workload, the ups and downs of their social life. Teens are at risk for depression, drug and alcohol use, car accidents. You add to that losses from the COVID pandemic, and now you add into that chronic sleep deprivation. This is a recipe for disaster. Disaster. Depression, drug and alcohol abuse, and car accidents can be fatal. Fatal. I'm sorry I'm shouting, but I don't think anybody in this town wants to see a fatality or other adverse outcomes affect our teens or other people in the community from drug abuse, suicide, or car accidents. That's the worst case scenario we're looking at here, and I think that worst case scenario makes sleep deprivation and stopping sleep deprivation a priority and an urgency. So please vote yes to stop the chronic sleep deprivation now before we have an adverse, final, and fatal outcome in this township. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finn.
I'm sorry, Rich? Then we have Stone Newman and Mike Gilbody.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I know the hour is late. I've lived in this township almost 16 and a half years. This is the first time I've been to a board meeting.
Can you say your name and where you
My name is Rich Tao, and I live in Bala-Cynwyd. My son graduated from Lower Merion High School last year. Why am I taking your time this evening to speak about this? The reason is that I took a trip out to Oakwell last week. I took a tour of the property. I spent 2.5 hours there with about 60 other people. And I want to make sure all of you have visited Oakwell before you make a decision about its fate. There's no doubt in my mind that kids need exercise. There's no doubt in my mind that kids need fields. You heard people plead with you to make sure there are more fields in the township. The question is, where should those fields be? I know you have a plan, a long-term plan. Oakwell is part of the plan. Oakwell has already been purchased. You have it. The question is, can you change your minds? Are you willing to change your minds? You have a few thousand people who've signed a petition asking you to please change your minds. You have students who've been contacting you, I heard it tonight, asking you to please change your minds. Oakwell is a gem. There are trees there that are 100, 200 years old. If you were going to make this decision today from scratch, would you choose Oakwell? I don't think so. I'm fairly convinced that Oakwell, given the attention that's been drawn to it, the thought process that's been focused on this property, now that people have had the time to think about it and reflect on it and visit it, causes us to maybe think a little bit differently about what this property should be used for. And I think there are more constructive things that it can be used for. Honestly, it's a gift from the past to the present. It should be a gift from the present to the future, to our kids. And I think it's important, finally, that our kids be able to see that we as adults are able to change our minds. We have so many people in this country locked in, unable to change their minds. When they're confronted with new information, they still make the same old decision. I think we have a chance in this community to do something different. And our chance is to tell our kids, by example, that it's okay when you're confronted with a not wise decision to change your mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stone Newman and then Mike Gilbody.
Well, in 5 minutes I could say good morning, but my name is Stone Newman. I'm in Merion Station. I have twin daughters at Merion Elementary School. And so first of all, I want to thank everyone on the board because I think that I don't envy you. I like sitting out here versus having to be under the fire. So it's, for us as a community, we all appreciate your efforts. So with that being said, I want to, for all the folks in the t-shirts, I support healthy start times. I do. I think high school students, I think it's wrong that they start this early. However, I feel that the proposal in front of us, it is not inclusive enough for everyone. So I feel the pain of people that have sat here for 20 years, and this is as good as it is. But I had a boss, and he used to say that mediocrity was the enemy of greatness. And he had a lot of funny one-liners. He made cartoons. And I make cartoons. That's what I do for a living. I don't draw them, I produce them. And I, over the past 3 years, have sat with senior executives at PBS, YouTube, Nickelodeon, Walt Disney Company, Netflix, who I make television shows for. And we are talking about the crisis coming out of the pandemic, facing our youngest learners. And it is a very real thing. And in fact, there is a tremendous amount of mandated federal money being sent into cartoons that can address a lot of these issues. So right now, my concern is that you have a proposal that does not serve the entire community. And when I look at the slides up there, it's like, it is a stalemate. And that should not be good enough. To only satisfy half the community, unacceptable. It is unacceptable to me. And I also do not like when I hear, well, you know what, we can't execute a different plan in time for next year. Well, we really should have started implementing this by December 15th. That's why we can't flip elementary and middle school. You know what? That's not good enough. Like, you've got high schoolers who are crying and miserable and want to get their kids on a better sleep schedule. And the answer shouldn't be, this is the only proposal, and it's a proposal that's not good enough for the entire district, but we also can't come up with another proposal that we should implement. Get other people involved. What needs to happen, right? I know that when I'm on deadline, that we solve it, in a way that makes it happen. So I just think sorry, I'm out of time. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Gilboat. I live in Merion Station. Have a first grader at Kinwood Elementary and a son who's not quite that age yet. As somebody who hates to get up early, I think I wouldn't have been to high school very often on time if I had to start at 7:30, so I agree that it should start later. However, the elementary school start time is difficult. The end time is more difficult. I don't think enough time is, the 4:05 is just very, very late. My daughter comes home from school and the 3:30 seems late to me, but that is what it is. But that hour or so after school is like really important, like wind down time, have the snack, sort of chill out, and then go do the after school activities, the dance class and whatever. If she's going to school till after 4 o'clock, that won't happen. So it's like run right to the next thing. She'll probably feel burned out. My son's the same age. I think it'll discourage a lot of the after school activities, or it'll just run them a little more ragged. It eats into dinner time. I really think we got to find a better way if we want to let the high school students start better without just dumping it all in the elementary schools and saying it's imperfect. I think we could do better. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's it for the in-person comments.
Ms. Buckman, can you please read any public comments that were submitted via chat, please?
Sure. The first comment is from Karen Richter of Bala-Cynwyd. I am a parent of 4 current Lmsd students, 2 in high school, 1 in middle school, and 1 in elementary school. I am 100% in support of the proposed changes to school start times and sincerely hope that the board votes to implement these critically important changes for the 2023-2024 school year. There is a comment from Jill Shapiro, but the town isn't in the comment. The next comment is from Hugh Ehrenberg, Penn Valley. Thank you for those still meaningfully engaged in trying to find a solution. My fantasy for the day, the board in a moment of measurable courage stands up and says, our system is broken. Geography, population, and years of decisions made to please subpopulations have gotten us here, and it will take time to fix it. Ultimately, the solution lies in improved transportation and a 2-tier or 1-tier busing system. but damage is being done to the health and well-being of our high school students that can no longer go unmitigated, and the burden they bear in a system that is broken is disproportionate. We therefore must move forward with an imperfect solution geared towards sharing this burden that will require modifications in the lives of elementary, middle, and high school students alike. You have 6 months to make arrangements. Nothing motivates global change like global pain. Maybe we could park buses at Oakwell. The next comment is from Brianne Pieces of Ballackinwood. Buses, would the discussion with the township and residents change regarding bus storage if buses are electric and not gas, i.e. the pollution and major health concerns to neighboring properties would be vastly lower, or is the concern purely aesthetic? Regarding Oakwell, it seems the board bought a property they knew was too small and too far from the majority of our students. That has left the district scrambling for solutions. I don't think the solution is demolishing such a valuable historic landscape and ecologically valuable land. 3, I know redistricting is seen as a bad word, but is it possible that doing so would improve things for many of the athletics and Healthy Start concerns, especially for Black Rock? So many new parents have moved in that they may not react as past generations have. Thanks for everything. I had multiple questions answered tonight. The next one is from Andrea Spence Eisenberg of Wynwood. As an elementary parent, I encourage the school board to approve the proposed start time plan for fall 2023. The plan proposed is extremely similar to Radnor School District start times, suggesting it is a viable start time scenario. While I recognize there may be some drawbacks for families with the proposed changes, there is no start time scenario that everyone will find acceptable. There are trade-offs between all of these scenarios, and there is no perfect solution for all, but the cost of doing nothing is much too high. Delaying this start time could change yet again, will continue to cause harm to our high school students. This change needs to happen as soon as possible. I worry, given the history of start times in the district, that I will have to continue advocating for this change 5 years down the road as my child is ready to enter high school. Please don't delay this change that is so strongly supported by the data, the AAP, the CDC, and many others. The next comment is from Katie Whalen of Wynwood. I have 4 children in the district. The staff and students are exhausted from constant district-wide changes. This proposal causes more harm than it does good. Please just leave the schedule as is and do not put the entire district through another controversial upheaval with very mixed support. The high school students overall do not support this change, and they need to have the time after school to work, participate in activities. It will cause many problems, and the same issues will still exist for all 4 years of middle school for students. Lots of disruption for very little to no benefit. Leave well enough alone. The next comment is from Laura Goldenberg of Ballackinwood. There is no perfect solution, but we must not delay for one more moment moving to Healthy Start times for fall 2023. The high schoolers desperately need the sleep. They need it for their health. Now is the time to move forward with the proposal. It is time to be brave, jump in, and take a step forward in giving our teens what they deserve. Please vote for the proposal to move to Healthy Start times to begin September 2023. Thank you. The next comment says, my name is Simi Hoke. I live in Merion Station. I think that starting school later for all children is critical, but if all else falls apart, please choose a schedule that allows high schoolers more sleep. I have no doubt that a later start time for high schoolers will be a vital step toward their wellness. Please do not delay. Please make this happen fall 2023. Please vote for this schedule. The next comment is from Stacy Walensky of Ballackinwood. I have a 4th grader and a 1st grader currently. While no schedule is going to make everyone 100% happy, I think the current proposed schedule is a happy medium. The only thing I would suggest is to keep order now with high school, then middle school, then elementary, but I would not hold back the change because of that. No school at any level should start before 8, and no school at any level should end as late as 4:05. Make this proposal happen. The next comment is from Dr. Pam Pojamovsky McDonnell of Wynwood, a Penn Valley Elementary parent. Thank you for taking such a careful look at all options. As mentioned many times, there is no perfect solution that will make everyone happy. As a parent of one elementary student and another soon-to-be elementary student, full day K is most important, but so are start times. The current proposal is reasonable, but I would encourage thinking about high school starting at 8 and keeping elementary at 9 and thinking of healthy sleep times for all. I think some flexibility around those times is reasonable, but 8 a.m. start for elementary would make it very hard for many of those students to get the recommended 10 to 12 hours of sleep. 9:20 is definitely hard for elementary start times, especially with half-day kindergarten still happening in fall 2023. That will most likely require before and after care for many families. The next comment is not from a district resident. The next comment, my name is Pooja Garg of Wynwood. 1, I understand that high school students need sleep and later start time, and that the sooner we implement it is better. 2, it also sounds like the board is being asked to vote on incomplete data, and if we have a few more months, we can get more buy-in from staff and teachers in the community. 3, that same research that shows that high school students need to sleep in shows that elementary school students need an earlier start time, and engagement at school will drop off after 2 p.m. That's 2 hours of frustration for teachers and students. The next comment is from Gretchen Condon of Ardmore. Megan, thank you for all you have done to increase communication with staff, especially through this potential change in scheduling. Your effort and commitment to understanding our perspective, especially at the elementary level, is entirely appreciated. You are a breath of fresh air. Thank you, and shrugs, which is an inside joke. Another comment from Hugh Ehrenberg of Penn Valley. Please understand that these changes are not proposed solely to benefit high school students. They are to benefit everyone who will ever be a high school student. The next comment is from Keith Regan of Ballackinwood. Ending at 4:05 impacts after school for students with special needs who need therapeutic services for their health. I support healthy end times. The next comment is from Carolyn Minogue of Wynwood. I have been advocating for healthy start times since my daughter was in elementary school and worked with Amy Knorr and Lisa Prosnitz on this effort back in the day. My daughter is now a freshman in college. I also have a 10th grader. Both of my kids made the switch from Lower Merion schools to private schools in high school for a number of reasons, but the single most amazing thing about the switch was the later start times. Their schools start at 8:30, and my son's school starts at 9 a.m. on Wednesdays. The later mornings alone were life-changing and wonderful. Their attitudes and demeanor and ability to focus in morning classes markedly improved. Please make the change. Please, the students will thank you. The next comment is from Colin Quinn, a teacher at Black Rock Middle School and the Lower Merion High School baseball coach. I don't know whether he's a resident. And yeah, the hometown isn't listed, so that would be the end of the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Buckman, and thank you to everyone who came tonight and watched online tonight and spoke or provided comments via the chat. Our upcoming meeting schedule, Thursday, March 16th, is the Facilities and Purchasing Committee meeting in the District Administration offices at 8:30 a.m. Next Monday, March 20th, is our next regular business board meeting at 8 p.m. Yeah, that's a big one. And Wednesday, March 29th, is the next Communications Committee that will be at 7 p.m. via Zoom. I do want to note that the usual April Curriculum and Policy Committee meetings that are generally the first week of the month are moved up a little bit this month because of spring break, which is the first week of April. So the next Curriculum Committee will be on March 29th at 8:30 a.m. and the Policy Committee will be on Friday, the 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. Thank you all again. The meeting is adjourned.